Hello everyone, we're good again. I'm just waiting for the stream to turn up here on my YouTube so I can actually send it out to people. Or maybe I can just go to my channel instead. Moody. Oh, there it is. Right, let's get the link here and we'll just send this out. And then we'll get on with updates and stuff. And I need to send some lines out as well, but I've yet to do that. Okay, updating everything right now. Sometimes. Okay, I've posted this around everywhere. TPP says, long time no see. Hello. I'm just going to be doing the same thing I did last stream, which is trying to do this while also not spoiling anything. So you're going to see me placing stuff in the overhead view, but not in the main view, because then I don't spoil all the little things that I'm working on, but I can tell you about them. I've been good, thank you very much. Again, we've got the Fancy Star OST in the background as well, primarily to avoid any copyright issues with the Deltarune and Undertale soundtracks at the moment. Oh, where's that moment where I shrank a... oh, there we go. Shrank an item down and I was like, yeah, I'll move it around, and as I'm doing it, it goes through the floor. I was like, oh, that's not good. Yeah, let's try mirror here on the x-axis. We'll do that. So yeah, I'm putting a lot of like foliage in here. It's pretty nuts. I can show off a little bit, but not like the proper version. I've just got to remember to actually switch out to the non-spoiler version and then switch back so I don't end up ruining everything. Will you put these maps on VRC so I can play them, or will they be animation only? At the moment, my idea is after everything's done to potentially get people to help out, get them into VR chat and just lower the, you know, the polygon count and stuff because of how high the polygon count is right now. But yeah, I want to try and get them into VR chat if possible, but it's an idea that's there in future and may not happen, so I'm not making any promises on that one. No, that way I'm not getting people's hopes up and then dashing them completely. But I would like that. I would like that. It would be very nice to have everybody walk around in these versions of things, especially because of all the stuff that I'm doing. I want to make a YouTube series for Undertale, and there are no good maps. There are some. There are some. Frisk's Hall of Souls worlds are really good at the moment. And there's a couple of other good ones I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. There's like Snowden in HD and Waterfall in HD that are really good. But yeah, Hall of Souls I think is the best sort of setup for Undertale maps at the moment. And then obviously the Undernet Hub is the other best one for finding everything, whether it be avatars and things like that. Ooh. Trying to place all these little mushrooms down. But yeah, if you've not checked out Hall of Souls, then check out Frisk's work, because it's so good. And obviously, if you're not familiar, Baker's is doing a bunch of different worlds as well. Baker's does everything pixel perfect by the looks of it. So Baker's stuff is really, really accurate if you want stuff that looks exactly like it does in game, but just with another 3D element. And then Unidelta's done a version of Snowden, which is really fun to explore as well. There are some other stuff that currently in the works, but I can't say much about that because I don't have the right to, but all I can say is like there's other maps from other creators coming in future. So it's cool. So if you're currently stuck for maps and you're like, dude, where's all the maps, you know, or worlds, then there'll be more in future. That's the good thing about the community, is just making stuff is something that everybody enjoys doing, seemingly. So there's going to be a lot of worlds in future. Let's scale this up. What I'm actually doing here, you can see I'm working on this segment here. This is the long haul where Toriel asks you to run down. And I've been lighting that up and doing all the stuff on it, and now I'm just placing scenery. Hi Jacob, nice to see you again. I have a secret that I will only tell this chat, says TPPP. Are you sure? Because this is public, you know, so this is gonna be seen by everyone anyway. So far, until I find good Undertale maps, I'm making a Batman Who Laughs miniseries. That is my secret, do not tell anyone. I mean, I just read it out in chat. How you doing, Jacob? Like I was saying, hopefully I won't spoil anything like I kind of did on the last stream, but... trying to get some of these mushrooms placed to look like they're in interesting places, and also so they look natural, so like grouping them up together. What's interesting to me at the moment is waterfall, because last night I did some really good water effects that look really good, and I'm like, okay, this really enhances the entire look of anywhere that's you know, got water in it now. But it's the whole thing of being like, it's pretty laggy because of using water planes, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to optimize stuff, or rather ocean planes, sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to optimize things. That should be okay there. There's a lot of glowing mushrooms in this version of the ruins now. I'm just hitting save there. What I'll do is I'll show you guys later on, like the new stuff, but obviously without the materials. The whole point is to show off this version and show that I'm doing stuff, also not spoiling things. So sorry if it looks a little bit boring at the moment, but what I'll do is later on I'll show you what it's like in the just standard solid view, or the viewport shading, rather than having the viewport shading be set to rendered. It'll be set to solid, so you can see where I've placed all the ivy and stuff. John says, ragdoll's your body. Hey John, how you doing? Let's just place these here. Again, all these lights are placed where there's foliage, and where there's foliage, there's mushrooms growing. So sometimes it just means that the ruins is very, very dark and wet. Bit of a headache again, says John. Ah, that's not good. Do you know why? Is it just like the pressure from the weather, or not enough to drink, or what? Alright, I'm hopping on VRC, says TPPP. Okay, thank you very much for stopping by. Enjoy VR. I'll probably get on it later. I'm like just charging up my headset at the moment because I've got a meeting on it later on, so I think I'm getting a head cold, says John. Oh no. The worst ones I hate at the moment, apart from random headaches or migraines, are the ones that are like pressure stuff. TPP says, I didn't say I'm leaving. I just assumed you were because of you hopping on VR chat. I'm sorry. You know. It's that whole thing of when somebody says, I'm hopping on VR chat, I'm like, okay, they're going to be very busy, so I'm sorry about that, TPP. I can feel it between my ears, says John. Ooh. Yeah. What's your VRC name so I can friend you? It's Moody Data. Oh. But yeah, the headaches that I hate are the pressure-based ones where they build up like round the back of your head. If you're wearing glasses or you're wearing a headset a lot, sometimes you'll feel it, and it almost feels like the band, or like a band that goes around the back of your head between your ears. I hate those headaches. Ace Angelo says, hello, hello. Nice to see everybody. Again, I'm not spoiling things here, but I will show you little things here and there. The idea is to show off some stuff, but not in the viewport shading version of the map, so you won't be able to see it in all its glory with all the lights and the materials and everything, but you will be able to eventually see the solid version with all of the stuff placed, so you'll get kind of an idea of what I've been going for. But again, this is all work towards the next update, so that's one of the reasons why I don't want to spoil it. TPP says, just sent you a friend request. Oh, nice. Thank you very much. I shall try and have a look for that later on. Okay, let's try not to place too many of these little mushrooms, but just enough of them. I've also got them like growing up the walls in certain areas and things, which is really cool, so. But yeah, the ruins at the moment, I keep referencing it as like a Minecraft map, because it's all like the standard brickwork and everything, but there's a lot of like vines and moss that are growing through the brickwork, so it's pretty cool. And of course, it's pretty dark. Again, I've started saying this a lot more to people to help understand. But it's the whole thing of, because we're underground, it's not going to be super brightly lit, but I don't want it to be super dark either, so I'm trying to get that nice balance, you know, especially with some of the effects. One day I hope to be famous for my mini-series project, says TPP. Oh, nice! I hope that goes well. If you work hard enough, it might happen. Let's just drag these over here. What you're actually seeing me do in the top window here is dragging scenery, of which obviously you can't see the proper details for, but you will later on. It's all stuff like mushrooms, and I'm placing them in areas to try and light things up because of the way that this works. Let's place that there. There are a lot of mushrooms here. I'm actually glad I broke the ruins up because of all the detail that I'm putting in them. Obviously, it's a little bit more heavy on the frame rate. Make sure all these are placed correctly. Okay, that's placed. Let's try going to the other ones. Sadly, I won't make a Pokemon series because we all know how Nintendo is, says TPP. Yep, Nintendo are very protective. John says, I want to know what it feels like to be loved or like... Oh, John. Sure, it can't be that bad for you, right? Ooh. Let's push that back there. I joked. Yeah, you gotta say something like that afterwards, because that sounded really bad. I was gonna be like, oh no. I was genuinely gonna turn around and be like, you want to talk in DMs later or something, you know? Right, let's see if all these are... Oh, that moment where I leave floating geometry, and it's just like, oh no. Is that? Oh, that's going in the floor there. So I had the meeting today, the VA session, We got a lot more of Asriel and Flowey's voices done. Or lines, sorry. So now we're just looking at a lot of the other lines later on to do. But yeah, I need to mark those off in Photoshop later and check which ones have been done. That way I'm up to speed with everything and not letting everything get so crazy that I can't keep track of stuff. John's just nervous laughed. God damn it, John. Right, so. Love the way I keep randomly placing shrooms all over the place here, because it just looks so cool having like a bunch of them here dotted around here and there. I actually found a really cool thing the other night as well, which I might try and reference to the animation, where it was somebody's animation that they'd done of Asriel and Kara talking to each other while they're in New Home. And it was so nice. I was like, I may reference that. So I might end up asking Kara and Asriel's voice actors to do those lines and then have that like either the beginning of the animation or later on. But yeah, that's so cool. This hallway is looking really cool as well. The one where you have to run down and chase Toriel, and then she hides behind a pillar at the end. I've put multiple pillars in there to hold up the roof, and then I've put like the foliage along the sides of the walls and put the mushrooms down the sides. So it's looking pretty nice at the moment. But I might have to edit the lighting later on because of how it is. Because admittedly, I want more light in the area. Oh, John, was this the conversation you had the other day with a couple of people in Discord about the trademark? Because I saw that taking place and I was like, oh, I'll take a look at it later on. And then I ended up literally doing way too much on the ruins. I didn't read into it properly with me being so busy. So is there any way you can like summarize it? I'm not like being nasty or anything. I just figure summarizing it might be really easy to explain it. For obviously someone who's not familiar with that kind of thing. Let's do that. And then we'll copy some from the other end. Let's do that. And then this and see whether that works. So many glowing mushrooms in this area now. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so what I need to do is make some of these mushrooms slightly bigger and then have the other ones be moved to the side. There we go. And then I can edit the range and brightness of some of these later on, like the lighting for it, because I'm going to need to anyway. And then I have to do save room, the save point room, and I have to do the room with the candy bowl in. That reminds me, can I find a candy bowl model? Let's try go to the model resource real quick and see whether I can find one of those for later on. Try candy. Okay, so there's a bunch of candy and wrappers here. A bunch of other stuff. Chocolate bars. So is it just like a bowl of candy, or am I gonna have to like get a bowl and actually fill it up with candy? I mean, there's no problem if I have to. It's just the whole deal of being like, how much work am I gonna have to put in for that? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put in a little bit of work, which isn't bad. Unless, what's that one? Oh, it's from Metopia? Yeah, what I'll do is I'll just make like a bowl or something and then texture it later on. And then just put like a bunch of candy in wrappers in. And then away we go. John says, Imagineer forgot to renew its hold on the Western trademark from Metabots. Some guy bought it and refused to give it back because he wanted to make an NFT game using the license. Oh my god. Crypto bros, man. Crypto bros, do you get everywhere? So, you interested in NFTs? Your mic is glitchy. Is it? Is my mic glitchy? It shouldn't be. Are we good? The streaming is doing the lag thing again. Oh no. When it lags massively? Oh wow, yeah, it's it's a bit here and there, and then when I tried typing a message, then it's like, yeah, you can't do it, and then it just dropped massively. Oh, god damn it. I'm looking at my end here, and the stream is like all over the place. It's like I don't even get 5,000 kilobytes now. Like, I should have 5,000 kilobytes or above, and instead it keeps fluctuating. Like, I had 140 kilobytes for a moment, then it went up to like 7,200, then it fluctuated down to about 2,000 again. It's just like language, how do you? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want to swear, so I thought I'd say that because I don't consider that swearing, but I'm sorry if it was too blasphemous for anybody. Right, let's go ahead here. $90. Retro Kai says, howdy, howdy, hello. Nice to see you. I'm taking notes, says TPPP. Oh, great. Great. Oh boy. Yeah, normally I try not swearing, but it's the whole thing of normally it'll be GDI, or I'll say like Jesus or something, but I don't mean it offensively. It just stops me from saying any actual proper swear words, you know. Let's do that. Slowly building up these mushroom things here. The NFT game that came out failed, of course. Now Imagineers should have the rights to get it back unless the guy appeals, says John. Ah. Okay, it's fine since I watch PG-13 movies, says TPP. Oh, okay, okay. You'll still probably hear me saying GTI or Jesus instead. You know, primarily because at least it stops me from saying proper swear words. Let's place these here. And then that should technically do. John. Okay, so I'm almost done with one side here. Then I need to put some on the other side and around the end. Then I need to get the leaves out, the autumn style leaves. If you frame me on VRC, want to do a collab? I would do, but I have hardly any time as it is. I'm looking after my family and then doing the animation. I don't even have time to do my own content outside of the animation right now. So yeah, it's pretty hard finding the time. Oh. And when I'm not looking after anyone or anything, I'm asleep. Ooh. Right, let's just do this. Thanks for that, John. Like, no joke, when I do these streams, normally this is the only free time I get. So that should tell you a lot if I'm only getting like 2 or so hours free time per day. Ooh. Right, let's place some more mushrooms in different positions there. So many mushrooms, man. Like, if you thought Waterfall had a mushroom problem, then the Ruins definitely does. No. That's one thing I'm going to be interested in asking people is what their take on Waterfall is. Magic Mushroom says, John, yeah. I need to ask some of the community what their take on Waterfall is, like what they imagine it being as, because I've looked at loads of artwork and stuff like that, and I imagine it as kind of like a mix between a very dark cave full of like different waterfalls and things, and then at some points it literally looks like a mine, you know, like underground mine, and it's just like, huh, interesting. So I'm gonna have to ask people what they think of the idea so I can get a good, clean idea of what I want to do, kind of like I did with Heartland. Ooh. Do. Ooh. Let's make sure all these mushrooms are placed in the right place and are actually placed in the floor instead of like floating above it, because otherwise it'll be highly visible. But yeah, Waterfall, I'm probably going to have to split up very carefully, primarily because of the water effects in the ruins already being pretty intensive on my frame rate. So we shall have to see how it goes. Yeah, John, this is the same thing I was on about the other day. Just be careful. If you didn't already know, you know. Hi, Ryden. That's the thing now with me doing content like this. It requires everybody to be a little bit more cautious about what they say. It's also why I've not done any other of my usual content at the moment. You know, the gacha game, John. I'll be back. I gotta check Discord, says TPP. Okay. Okay, no problem. Let's go here. Let's do this. Try and make a couple of these smaller. Okay. John says, yes. Oh, I still play that. You know, I still play it and get all the gacha and everything. The problem at the moment is because of the lack of time, I'm like not getting as much gems as I need for different things in game. I actually have to keep an eye on it and check that there's not a new event out, because if there's a new event out, I'm gonna have to grind it like mad. John. Let's do that. This over here. Can we go look inside of the ruins? Not properly. You'd be only able to see the solid view of it. Hang on. I've just got to make sure I don't mess this up. Just give me a moment too. I'm innocent, says John. Ah, yes. Ooh. Can I just... Okay, there we go. Just let me place some more mushrooms over here. Okay, so yeah, I'm still placing these. Let's just make sure I hit the right button here, and also, just in case I'm putting everything in wireframe on both screens. Okay, so, let's get rid of the fog for the moment. And in the other window, I'll make sure I hit save. There we go, hit save. So yeah, I'm only going to show it like this. There will be no other way of seeing this until the update, whenever that is. But what I've done here is every thing you see in here, like the 2D planes at the side, those are all things like vines and moss and stuff. And then we've got the mushrooms everywhere. And wherever there's a mushroom, there's light. So it just gives you an idea of how much light is in this area and how it's going so far. And if we just go through here, you can see I've got like vines hanging from the ceiling and stuff and all over the floor. And we've got some mushrooms on the sign over here. And then in here was really cool. I did this last night and I did like all the water. We've got like where the edges here for the water flowing through the room. We've got some like trim which is made out of like rock, like a different colored rock or stone. And then we've got vines and moss hanging off that. And then we've got vines hanging from the ceiling and things, more mushrooms all over the place. This room is really nice when you see it in the update. It's really, really nice. You can't see all the details in there because I've got some of the caustics on. Let's turn them off. Ah, there you go. So you can see more of the vines and moss all over the place there. But when I turn the caustics back on, which is the water effect, that covers most of the room. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's fine. And then this is where I'm working on now, which is just putting in all these mushrooms inside of here. I've got to do this side, and then I've got all the columns all over the place, and as you can see, tutorials in there. I just need to do that. John. So yeah, that's where we're up to at the moment. I do that and then hop into the other window. It's looking fantastic, says Damon. Trust me when I say that's only the, you know, like the solid thing. You're not actually seeing all the vines and all the details that I've done. You're just seeing the very basic of it. But it's really nice in the way that it looks so far. I'm really happy with it. So it's going to be even better when you see it, obviously, because this is just like the bare bones basics. It's either that or it was sarcasm. It's like, wow, Dave, this is looking great. We're literally just looking at gray squares, and I did not pick up on that. If it's that, then that's hilarious. Especially because of the 3 laughing emojis. Like, dude, seriously? Obviously, because of text, you can't really get sarcasm through that, so I'm going to kind of work it out. Okay. Right, let's just copy this. Excuse me. Can I just copy that? Yeah, it was sarcasm. Damn it, David. Yeah, it's. I can't wait to show this off when the new. Dave explained Riz. To be honest, I've not been keeping up with it. I've been hearing it, and I'm just like, nah, don't even. So yeah. That's not even me messing around. I have not been keeping up with different ways of speaking or different slang or whatever, or just terms. So even I don't know what it is. Like, openly admitting that, I was just like, I've been hearing it a lot recently, and I'm just like, I don't even. So yeah, it's like with a few things. I'm not familiar with if I've not heard it too often, so, you know, I've heard it in like 1 or 2 videos, and I think that's about it, and I'm just like, okay, you know, but I've never really bothered to look into it. I'll be like, what is that? Yeah. I don't think it's a new video game. I don't think it's a new video game at all. I'm sure, from my understanding, it's probably something along the lines of how attractive somebody is to a lady. But yeah. It looks like, according to John's explanation, I was kind of right as well. Bang on. So yeah, it's basically like having Riz is having style to attract a lady. That was just my assumption in general. I was just like, I'm not quite sure. I'm just gonna like wing it and just see if anybody mentions it and whether I'm right or not. Because again, it's that whole thing of sometimes I don't like being wrong, so I'll just like, somebody just tell me. You know. Let's go back there. The amount of mushrooms that are in the ruins here, man, it's nuts. But then again, they are kind of wild and overgrowing, so... John, while you and Damon are here, because you two tend to have really good sort of imaginations and ideas, both of you, can you do me a quick favor? Type in Undertale Waterfall. And when you look at Waterfall, just give me like sort of an idea of what you think it is or how you think it would look in 3D. Because I'm thinking, like I was saying before, it almost looks like in certain areas, there's like, you know, support beams for like a mine shaft. It looks like that, so I'm half thinking it's almost like an area where the monsters have dug through. And there's certain areas that are just flooded with water, and there's like these vast caves that are full of water with stalactites hanging from them. And in other times, it's just like, there's just caves that look like they've been dug out. So it's a mixture between kind of like a flooded cave area and a mine shaft. Damon says, I've been poisoned by too many dating podcasts. This is something they talk about a lot. What do you mean by bang on, Damon, says DPPP? Bang on is basically, yeah, you got it right, but it's an English phrase. Or rather, it's a British phrase where somebody says, you know, is this right? And then when they are correct, somebody else will be like, bang on, mate. You know. It's English slang for you are correct. Underground waterfall tends to be clear, says John. Yeah, the idea is I don't want it looking murky or anything, but the thing is, it's like the way that waterfall is portrayed is it's portrayed as like a very dark and foreboding place in certain areas. Like you'll notice in certain bits of the artwork, it'll just be black with like outlines of blue to show where the waterfall is. So I imagine it's like an incredibly dark area that's only lit up in certain key areas. But the lighting itself and the way that the light bounces off the water will be very pretty. And then obviously the roof is dotted full of like gemstones and stuff that look like stars. Because that's what the monsters look at and go, oh, that's cool. You know, because we got that in an instance of that in the wishing room. Ooh, come on there. Ooh. That moment where I want to select one mushroom and instead it's selecting the plane behind it. What I might also do later on as well, when I'm in VR, is I may go to Frisk's Hall of Souls again for like the billionth time and have a look at Frisk's version of Waterfall, because if I remember rightly, it's got a more fantastical look to it, but it does look pretty nice. I think I'm really underselling that. That's the thing about Hall of Souls. I like the fantasy sort of style that Frisk has going on, because Frisk hasn't played Undertale. So it's cool sort of coming in from that perspective. Light says, hello! Hello! Okay, so we're just placing more magical mushrooms now. And by magical, I mean the ones that actually glow. I have another... how many spots to do? 1, 2, 3 at most. And then I'm onto the bit with the candy and the save point and what else? The leaves. I've got to do a little bit of lighting editing in that other room. I've got to put vines and moss everywhere, and then hopefully we'll be done. In terms of like voice acting and stuff that's been done today, we're all the way up to Flowey's Omega boss fight with the voice acting for just Asriel and Flowey's voice actor, which is really good. And then next session, we're actually going to do the dialogue for fighting, and then after that, it's the True Pacifist run, so it'll be like the reset where Flowey tells you, you know, go and talk to Alphys, and then after that, it's Asriel in his Hyper God of Death form. It's going to be cool to do. Damon says, Waterfall does look very dark. Maybe the walls could have a water reflection effect you were talking about. Yes, my idea was to do that, Damon. Like, bang on with that. You are correct. The idea that I have for Waterfall at the moment is trying to make it pretty low lit, but give it that very cool sort of almost magical feeling where it's lit just enough. And then the water effect is what makes the rest of the walls and everything really light up. You know. Sorry, that could be more helpful. Trying to explain in text is not helpful or easy for me, says John. It's fine, man. What I can always do is, if you want, later on, I'll take you and Damon on VR chat if you want, and we can go through the worlds that are available, and maybe that'll help. You know, sort of do comparison stuff and do it over chat. Because I'm probably going to ask, like, a bunch of the community anyway. Fifi Plag says, sup, hello to anyone that's new. So you're probably wondering what's going on. I'm making a 3D animated Undertale movie. So, if you are new to the entire page or the channel, please tell me so I can show you the trailer if you're not familiar with it. Because then you'll understand what I'm doing. Because in the background, I'm not showing off anything because I'm trying not to spoil the next update. So yeah, big show of hands if you're new to the channel so I can actually show you what's going on. If I come with you, Moody, I'm bored, says TPPP. Maybe. The thing is, normally when I go with like John and Damon, because they're from a private Discord, normally I keep it private, just in case we decide to go off and do something else, so maybe I'll think about it. Dude, should I put another? No, because if I put another light there, that's going to be more intensive. I'm trying not to overdo it with some of these mushrooms, but like having lots of them dotted around is actually really fun. But yeah, the whole thing, it's a movie. Wow, I was thinking this was a game. Sure, I can watch that. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to put the trailer on for you so that you can see The trailer itself, I can access through Blender here, so it's no big deal. I'm just going to save here to make sure that I've got everything done for the moment, because I'm actually... What I'm doing is, to try and not spoil everything, because I like these updates where I show off everything in detail being as cool as they can be and spoiler-free, so that everyone gets to be like, wow, when the next update comes out. What you're actually seeing is, I am working. You're actually seeing an overhead shot at the moment of the ruins, and I'm just detailing everything. But yeah, I'll show you the trailer now. So we'll do 30 seconds. Okay. I always love the way that looks in movies, says Damon. So here we go. Here's the trailer that I made. This is the 30-second trailer. It does not have the audio on because I keep getting copyrighted for it. Let's just move all of that out of the way. I really need to close that header. So yeah, this is a 30-second trailer. I hope you enjoy, and we'll see what the comments are like after this. It was lagging. It was lagging as well. God damn it. Yeah, there's no audio. There's no audio. It's literally just like any background music is cut off for the time being. But yeah, I don't want to get copyright struck again, so there's no Undertale audio, but normally it's Hopes and Dreams playing in the background. I noticed it was lagging, so I'm just letting it replay. This is normally playing on loop in the Undernet, but because of the Spamton update at the moment, it's not. Once the update is finished, though, it should go back to normal, so you should see it in the Undernet. But yeah, I can easily slow that down for people if you want as well. And do an explanation of everything. Because that's no big deal. So, let's go through this. So this is Frisk falling into the underground on the bed of flowers. That's Toriel reading 72 Uses for Snails from her personal collection by Napsterbluk there. Oh, and she's got her glasses on. There's Kara talking to Asriel. I love that. Very good job, says Fifi Plag. So thank you very much. What I'm doing is I'm doing the entire True Pacifist run as an animation like this. This is just showing off little bits of the previews from it. I'm going through and updating everything to look a lot better. There's Flowey. There's the dog squad in Snowden playing cards and stuff. You can even see on the back of the playing cards, there's the Deltarune symbol, and one of them is upside down. I love Lesser Dog trying to make sense of that. There's so much like tiny details I like adding. That's Alphys watching one of the cameras in the ruins. There's Sans and Papyrus, and then Toriel's fight at the door that leads straight to Snowden. Here's the electric maze puzzle for where Papyrus gets electrocuted. And you can see Nice Scream in the background there. You can also see the blizzard style effect that I've got going on there. I don't think I should go on VR tonight since I got a headache, says John. Dude, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Although if you want to go in desktop mode, you know, because desktop mode won't affect you. I'm not forcing you to go anywhere, of course, so it's fine. But yeah, we got Papyrus getting electrocuted, Looney Tunes style. We got Metaton doing the ratings dance-off kind of thing with him later on. Then we got Fight with Undyne, where this was just me blocking out and trying to figure it out. We got Sans in the Judgment Hall, which looks so good. So good. Then we've got Toby running off Victorial's phone. This is the old version of the ruins, so this is what it looked like before. It's going to look so much better when I'm almost up to here. At the moment, the part that I'm detailing is the bit just before Napstabluke. I'm going to have to detail Napstabluke's bit and then Toriel's house. So it's going to look so good with all the new details. Yeah, that's Toby running off with Toriel's phone. That's actually part of Snowden, where Frisk's going to call up Toriel to find out what's going on with her and see if she's okay. Maybe next time, says Damon. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Then we've got Nice Cream, Waiting Brown at the beginning. That's where you first buy a Nice Cream off him, and he's like, oh, nobody buys anything, you know. And the next moment you say hi to him, and he's like, oh, a customer. There's Alphys doing one of her recordings for the True Lab. That's with all of the souls in the containers that she's borrowed from Asgore in the background. There's Endogeny in the True Lab with all the black sludge falling from its face. And then there's an early version of Asriel casting Starblazing. And then there's the logo with the player and Frisk. And then a little bit of crediting there. Based on the hit video game by Toby Fox, with help from the Undernet Hub. Screenplay wrote by Moody and Wally, and then voice acting assistance from Rev. Because Rev got everybody together in association with the Creators Cove, because that's another deal I'm working there at the moment, which is with the Creators Cove to get some of the extra voice acting done from them. The only thing is, I wish I'd recorded that in reverse, going away from the camera instead of coming towards it, because it contrasts a bit too bad with that there. Yeah, that's the trailer. Let's see if I can... Please don't spoil anything. There we go. Okay, so yeah. We're good at the moment. If I go back there, is it that one? Yeah, okay, so that's the window I'm working in, and the other one, it's in the background. Oh geez, that moment where I'm waiting for the text just to load in. The one that I'm working on in the background currently is the ruins. So that'll be the next update. We'll be getting everything ready for the ruins and then having everybody check out the new version of the ruins and be like, whoa! This is awesome. No joke this time, says Damon. Just wait until I grab you in for the, like, you and John in again, hopefully for the next event, and hopefully we can get John to a point before that where social anxiety isn't such a massive issue. That's where I want to be. Like, no offense to John, obviously, when I say that. I just feel like it'd be nice having you around. Also because of getting you more comfortable, especially with large crowds in VR. But that's something we've got to work to. I'm not going to force you into that or anything. There's no way I can. It'd just be cool to have everybody there again. But yeah, wait until you see this new update, man. Even I'm surprised about it. I'm just like, my god, this looks so good. Which is why I'm trying to go all in on it this time. Especially because I've got some of Toriel... Well, no, I've got most of Toriel's lines for the ruins. I just need the odd sound effect for, like, battling. And I've got some of Alphys's lines done. It means that essentially I can focus this entire update on Alphys and Toriel, unless I get some Undyne stuff done. And in another, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, in another 3 hours, I should have a meeting with Frisk's voice actress to do all the voice lines for the ruins, which means technically I could get the ruins completed pretty soon, provided I get the, you know, the visuals done and everything. So that's going to be exciting if I can actually get the ruins done and get them out as, you know, like a demo thing. So, hype, man. The hype is real. I'm excited. I'm excited and I'm the one making it, you know. I'm doing animating the same too, but 2D. I'm more of a rookie at animating. I love your 3D animation, says Fifi Plag. Thank you very much. It'd be cool to see what you're doing in 2D. Especially because, like, I love some of the other animations that people have done in the community, like Glitch Tail and Underverse. I absolutely love both of them, especially because Underverse was the one that introduced me to Mafia Tail. Mafia Tail is just a crazy idea, but I really love it. Dude says, yeah, I'll be happy to. I hope we can get Eggs Ram in for it as well, because like the last time we went, it was nice having, you know, like everybody in when it's all done and good to go. You know, just get everybody into VR chat again and just like, right, we're going, but this time I want to create a portal to a world that actually has a proper working cinema for both Quest and PC. I think I have one. I just need to test it with some of the community to make sure that it works for everybody, because I don't want Quest users to be left out. Because the problem at the moment is, if you're not hooking your Quest up to a PC, then on Quest it's very laggy and you can't really see certain things, which is bad. But if everybody can see the same thing at the same time on screen, that would be so nice, just for everybody to experience the same thing. Because we had problems with that in the last event, and it's just like, what's the problem? You know, if I can run some kind of tech support on it and figure out what the problem is, I can fix it. But then at the same time, the Undernet cinema doesn't have good enough audio. The actual game core upstairs in the Undernet has better audio than the actual cinema, which is really weird. So I need to, one, report that as a bug, and two, use another world. So what I'll probably do is next event, whenever that is, I'll create a portal to another world that has a proper cinema with good audio. And, you know, just, we can all go to that world instead and all watch there. Because I think that'd be a lot better, actually, everybody being able to hear than having the audio just, like, not be audible. And of course, like I said previously, I'm not going to be explaining everything on the next update, because that's when people start falling asleep. TPP says, I can't animate because I suck. That's why I do VRC series projects now. The thing is, like, you get better at anything just by practice. Like, I've been practicing for a year at animating, and I can still get better. You know, and because I acknowledge that and I realize that, yeah, I can get better, it's just a little bit more time spent on doing things. Like, I really love the small details for animating, like animating people's clothes, like Asgore's cape. Having Asgore's cape move around realistically was just so much more fun to me. And then using the knowledge that I'd gained from that to then do stuff like moving Toriel's ears. So when she moves around, her ears kind of look like the, you know, somebody swinging the hair around. You know, like when somebody moves the hair, the hair slowly follows afterwards and then swings a little bit. Animating all that by hand, to me, is so much fun. And the thing is, I've seen loads of people online be like, dude, why animate that by hand? And it's like, why not if I enjoy it, you know? It's fun just like spending time doing it and then seeing the fruits of that time going into producing something that looks really cool, you know? But everything takes time. Everything takes time to do, and you have to kind of be willing to commit and be like, okay, I'm going to sit down and do this for X amount of hours or whatever to become better or learn new things. The easiest way to describe it is it's kind of like me making my indie game, because I've still got an indie game in the works. I used to commit to it, and I'd be like, okay, there are these goals that I want to hit today, so I'll be like, okay, I want to learn how to code a certain thing. You know, like maybe, because I'm making an indie horror game, it'd be like, code the flashlight. So I'd be like, okay, I need to figure out how to make the flashlight, how to make the effect for it, and then work out the code for how I would have it work, how I want, gameplay-wise. And that would be my entire day, is just spending, like, say, 20 minutes watching a tutorial, and then the rest of the day would be spent trying to implement that as well as I could. So yeah, it's one of those things where if you're not willing to commit the time, you're not going to improve. But if you do, then you can only really get better over time. It's just a case of making sure you have enough of it to commit. It's like with everything just takes time and enough practice and patience to learn how to do. Oh. 90. David said, honestly, it's really contagious, this excitement. I didn't notice you had to turn on some kind of setting on the videos. The event was kind of interesting. Yeah, at the event, the way that the player works is, in the cinema, you don't have to turn on anything, but at the other areas in the Undernet Hub, you do actually have to toggle on the video player. So that's one thing I'm going to have to tell people next time is like, you need to toggle on the video player, have the audio turned all the way up, you know. John, because you've got a headache, don't hop on VR properly. Just do it like desktop mode or something. Because because of how I am with health and safety with VR headsets, I definitely advise against wearing the headset. Definitely do not do that if you've got a headache. That would be like the worst decision ever. Oh, I'm like breaking my model here because I'm trying to reach for the headset to take it off charge. But yeah, definitely do not wear the headset with a headache. That is like asking for trouble. And that's speaking from experience. Like, there was no way I'd want anybody, like, I would not want anybody to go through what I went through with the VR headset, which is why I'm very careful in introducing people to VR now, where it's just like, yeah, I'll get people into VR, get them interested, but there's no way I could consciously be like, oh yeah, look, you're not feeling good, but just come on, it's fine, it's only for a little bit. It's like, no, no way, you know. I'll just put it on now for a sec. Don't even bother. Like, not even I do it when I'm feeling off. Like, even if I only have a tiny headache, I don't bother. I just go in desktop mode and then just type. And then people are like, dude, why haven't you got your headset on? It's like, I got a migraine. They're like, oh, it's understandable. You know, I would not even wish what I had to go through on my worst enemy. You know, it's like, going through 3 years of crap with like making you feel as though you're always in VR all the time because you didn't take it easy is bad enough. I would rather avoid that with anybody else if possible. You know, so don't avoid going in VR if you have a headache at all costs. It's not important and it's not as if you need to do it, so don't. Because it's definitely one of those things where you have to be healthy and fit and not feeling sick to make sure that nothing bad happens. Let's do that. Yes, father, says John. No, man, you know I'm just looking after you, you know. There's literally no way I would be happy with you doing that. I joke. Yeah, I know, man. I know. That's why I took it another way, where I was just like, yeah, I know you're messing. There's no way that I would literally be like, dude, we're going. You know, we're just going in VR. Just screw it. Let's go. You know. That's why I like the desktop mode for VR chat, because it's so good. Like, if you have a headache but you still want to come on, it's just, there you go. You know, you don't have to be affected by it. Whereas in VR, obviously, because your brain is getting tricked into thinking everything is real, you know, it's got a little bit of a crazier effect on you, and you never know what will happen as a result. See how I feel tomorrow, says John. Yeah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Like I said, not forcing you, not rushing you or anything. It's all good. We chill. David says, yeah, to get better at something, you always need to practice. Indeed. Just have to hammer all of this out. I'm almost done with this room. Honestly, I'm going to be so happy with everybody seeing this update eventually when it's done. Because of not just the effort that's gone into it, but because of that new water effect. Like, the new water effect in the room that I'm looking at now just looks so good. It's like it all works in real time. And it all works exactly as you'd expect. Do you play Roblox? No, I don't. I know some people that do play Roblox, but I personally don't play it myself. John says, speaking of getting better, I really need to get back on the art course. The thing is with art, you can go through periods of just like, I don't want to do it anymore, you know? Or I just want to break. So it's, artwork is something that you can kind of jump in and out of a little bit. You know. I feel like artists go through those periods of time where sometimes they just want to draw all the time, like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm getting better, this is cool, I like to draw this, and then other times something will just throw you off your game and you're just like, nah, man, I'm taking a break. You know. I know, Jen, I'm gonna mention yours. Yeah, Jen can hear me downstairs. So Jen got put off artwork for a while, and she wants to get back into it, but it's that whole thing of Jen's been put off artwork for ages because she's really good at it, but what happened was she was getting her artwork stolen by NFT and crypto bros that were basically using it to create NFTs, and as a result, she had to keep reporting them, and she just got fed up of, you know, reporting all the time and having her artwork stolen. So she's just like, dude, I'm just gonna take a break and not bother. It's like, yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. What do you think about Five Nights at Freddy's? I can't wait for the movie. I can't wait for the movie. It's gonna be so fun to see what it's like, especially because Jim Henderson's doing all the puppets. So yeah, I can't wait for the movie. Reminds me, I'm half tempted to get the collection of Five Nights games in VR at some point, just so I can have a laugh on them. Oh god, imagine Security Breach in VR. I wonder if there's a mod for that already. That would be so scary, like walking around the Pizzaplex and then next minute, like, Roxy's coming up behind you. I already had it bad enough with certain parts of that. You know, we're trying to get past it because some bits are really awkward and annoying, but it's like, I want to see if I can do that now. I wonder if I can actually do find a VR mod for Security Breach. I've seen a few awesome levels on VR chat with Five Nights at Freddy's, says Damon. I've played one with a group of the cast, or a bunch of the cast, but the problem was that I had never played it before, outside of like Security Breach, and I hadn't played the VR version, and it was one of the first times I was in VR as well, and everybody just ganged up on me and camped the spawn, and by that I mean, like, you know, the office, the security office, they all just legged it to the security office doors and then camped them for ages until I just ran out of energy, because I was trying to figure out how to manage the energy in VR, and of course it all shuts down, and then I just get absolutely wrecked, and I was like, oh, cheers, guys. You know. But yeah, you can play it in VR, it is pretty fun. I just didn't want to be the one getting camped. It's like going into a game and somebody curb stomps you immediately, and it's all like, get good. And it's just like, are you kidding me? We've not even started yet, I don't even know how to play. You know. Those horror levels I posted on your Discord are amazingly fun, says Damon. I might have to check them out, because I want to check them out as the ODST, because of the flashlight on the avatar. TPP says, I'm back. Hello. See if I can move all these mushrooms. There we go. Moving these mushrooms around here so I can at least get a wide variety of them. What I also can't wait for is hanging, in Napstabluch's area, hanging spiderwebs off the ceiling. You know, like if you saw me do the Heartland update, you saw me doing the messing around with the spiderweb brush that we have for Blender. What I want to do is, because I have to upgrade the bake sale anyway, just having spiderwebs all around there, just drawn onto the environment, is going to look so good. It's going to look so good now with that tool. They're all desktop friendly, which is what I love, says Damon. Oh, nice. The thing is, there are a lot of areas in VR chat that are friendly to both Quest and desktop, which is really nice. I tend to look for more stuff that's friendly to both now, just because of me hanging around with so many different people that have Quest as well. But it's always cool, like, going in and seeing what else is accessible. Like, I want to go and have a look, because I'd been into one previously. Somebody introduced me to a Undertale themed bar where you could, like, make drinks and then just drink, and there were like a bunch of TVs around the bar that you could watch stuff on. And it's like, I'm half tempted to go around VR chat and just see what the clubbing scene's like in it. Because it'd be so cool to experience that, because I imagine you'd get some like crazy raves or something. But we shall have to see. I'm also waiting on my my full body trackers still. We've now started up a joke for waiting on full body trackers on the actual producers or the makers Discord. What it is like, there's a group of us that haven't got the email yet saying, oh, you'll receive these in a couple of days or whatever. And we've just formed like this little group that are trying to keep up positivity. And somebody the other day turned around and went, oh yes, the first thing I'm going to do when I get my full body trackers is I'm going to kick my friend in VR chat. It was like, dude, what the hell? You know, I turned around on the back and was like, oh, so on the back when you open up the product, one of the promotional things on the back of the package says, Haritora X, kick your friends in VR. You know, so I didn't expect that one. Hey Midi, once I find Undertale Worlds, would you help me with that series after I'm done with my first project, says TPPP. Honest TPP, it's like I said, I probably won't have the time. I'm doing a lot of stuff right now, so I'm unfortunately going to have to turn you down. I don't mean anything nasty by it, I'm just saying I can't really make any promises or anything, so there's no point in me upsetting you, you know, by saying yeah and then not being able to do anything. Fifi Plag says, and what do you think about Rick and Morty? I've not really been into Rick and Morty. It's one of those things where I didn't really like it just because the way it looked and everything, and the voice acting in it, it doesn't do it for me. It's not for me, you know. I don't think it's a bad thing, and I don't hate it. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind if people enjoy it. It's just, it's not for me, you know. It's okay, I was just saying, if you get time, we can find worlds. Like I was saying, I just don't want to get anyone upset or whatever. It's one thing that I like making sure doesn't happen, is that, you know, I'm not over-promising stuff and then I can't do anything. You know, so I'd rather just focus on my own stuff, not upset anybody, and just be friendly talking to everybody and seeing what everybody makes or comes up with, you know. That way everything is nice and relaxed and I'm not having to worry about different things on top of stuff that I'm already juggling. Especially because I'm going to be juggling a lot more in future, and I'm not going to be on at the same times. So it's going to be a case of having to sort of manage everything as best as I can. Oh, okay, right, so I need to change the lighting now in this area. What I need to do as well is take Toriel and Frisk through this this section of the ruins and see how it looks with them in it. That'd be so cool. Yeah, it's like Damon said, I've got nothing against people liking something else that I don't like. It's just the whole thing of, it's that whole thing of, if I don't like something, it's just not for me, you know? I don't mean any offense to anybody that does like something else I don't like. It's just like, not for me. It's a thing. Ooh. Fact about mushrooms growing out of the roof. So what I'll try and do is I'll try and show you in solid mode how I've done this in a moment, because it's pretty nuts. I'm wondering if everything scales properly, because I'm finding out that some areas are too small or big. Oh, no, you mean like the stuff that I'm doing? I've tried scaling everything according to the characters. But I've noticed in VR chat, sometimes stuff is scaled up to what the creator thinks is correct, and then to every other character, it's either too small or too big. That's why I like using the underplayer avatar that I've got at the moment, because it's literally my height. But yeah, I keep making conscious efforts to scale everything up. Like the Metabots model, I'm going to show up at the next event with the cursed model, says John. Dude, remember, you gotta remember everybody else is in there as well. No. Besides which, part of the Undernet rules on all worlds is don't show up in anything that's cursed or lewd. Yeah, like the Metal Sonic skin. You read that wrong, says John. Hang on. I'll read it again. Like Metabots, or I'm gonna show up to the next event with the cursed model. This is why we need to play Bone Lab, so I can ragdoll you. Oh, that's gonna be interesting, especially because I want to play co-op. I want to play zombies on co-op. John, I liked the last event where you appeared as the Titan as well. Because for a moment there, I was like, "Who's that?" And the next bit, the colossal Titan's leaning around the side of the Undernet. And I was like, "Wait a minute, are we going big here?" It was Metroplex, 50 meters immediately. The biggest avatar I've got at the moment that does not break VR chat is the Imperator Titan from Warhammer 40k. It is absolutely massive. And then the smaller version is the Warhammer Titan. Damon says 1-to-1 legendary Godzilla. That was funny, but at the same time, it's just like, it lagged out so much for the people on Quest. Because this is the thing, like, with the people on Quest, they can't run stuff as good as everybody else. So you could hear so many people doing in the event going, "Oh my god, it's lagging," and I'm just there like, "Wait a minute, what?" And then I look at Godzilla and it's like breathing atomic breath everywhere. It's like, "Who's that?" And then I see it says Damon above, and I'm just like, "Oh, here we go. Damon, quick, you're lagging everybody out." That moment where all the Quest users are having a heart attack. They're just like, "Dude, why are my frames dropping? Why is it causing me to lag out?" And the next bit they just crash. That's the thing with the Undernet. It causes a lot of the Quest users to crash because of either too many models being on screen or just the fact that the world itself is actually pretty complicated. You know, with all the effects and everything. So it's pretty nuts. I joked you'd be better like Metabots, or I would show up with cursed avatars as revenge, says John. Well, remember, I said I liked your avatar. And I also liked the Metabot version of Arbalest as well. That's so cool. I want to see if anybody's done another version of the Arbalest. With like proper working stuff on it. God, it makes me want to watch Full Metal Panic again now. Actually, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to ask Jen if we watched the second raid. Because we watched the first season, I need to know whether we've watched second raid, because I need to watch Invisible Victory again. Oh, Invisible Victory was so good. You better like that series, John. Damon says, yeah, I've decided that massive avatars are buggy on chat. Some of them are okay. Some of them are okay, but, you know, it depends on who's in the world. Because, like, large events, the avatars aren't really recommended for them, because obviously you can just lag out so many people, or make them crash, which nobody wants. Whereas, you know, if we're just messing around, then large avatars or crazy ones with crazy effects are pretty fun if you do it in, like, a private server or whatever. Although saying that, there are public servers for, like, the Undernet where people just come in and with massive avatars and have giant wars. Which is always funny. It's like, it's just your usual night in the Undertale hub, and then next minute you got, like, War of the Worlds, Tripod Walkers versus Warhammer 40k Titans. Meanwhile, Thomas the Tank Engine's flying around in the background. It's like, what? All kinds of crazy stuff. I never tried to search for tripods, says Damon. Yeah, there's some that I've seen where it's the actual full one from, you know, the version that Tom Cruise did, not the original. The remake that Tom Cruise did. They've got, like, the tripod from that, I think, where you can see, like, it coming out of the floor and everything. And then it walks around with the lights on and stuff. I've seen that one, and I think that's as big as Metroplex, which is 50 meters. Funny thing is, the actual giant avatars are, I wouldn't say they were hacked, but you can't normally build them to that scale. You need like a special tool or something, apparently, to make them that scale, because normally they don't allow you to go anything over 5 meters. I'm changing some of the lighting here to see whether I can make it brighter. Tom Cruise and Dave are about the same heights as John. Tom Cruise is awesome. Oh, that's a bit better. I've put a little bit more brightness into the scene now, and it looks so much better. $5'2"? Nah, I'm not 5'2". I'm higher than that. I need to check on VR chat, because VR chat actually has my my proper height on it. I think it's like 5'6". Because I think I'm 5'6", and Jen's 5'8", I think? Jen! Hang on, I'll go get her. Just a moment, we're going down. We're going down for a moment. We might hear the baby. Let's just go exploring chat. Dun! Dun 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 dun. You both okay? Still on chat for the moment. Height-wise, because in VR chat I put myself as 5'6", I think, because John's brought it up again and Damon's laughing at it, and I can't see chat at the moment. What would you say your height was? Because I'm trying to remember from last time, because I swear I put myself as like 5'6".
I'm 5'7".
Okay, so yeah, I'm about 5'6", 5'5"?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, because John put 5'2", and I was like, I'm not that small. Hey, baby. You okay? You looking at the lights on the microphone? She's giving me like the trippiest eyes ever. She's like, oh my god. Is that the lights on the microphone? It's funny, the other day she tried ripping the microphone off my collar. So funny.
You're gonna blow raspberries at Daddy?
Yeah, you're gonna blow raspberries at the microphone.
I'm tired.
I think she is just tired now. She's just sort of chill.
She wants to go to bed, but she also wants food. That's why I'm putting a bottle on for her now.
Okay.
To help her get to sleep. Because everyone likes a nice warm milk before bed.
Right, darling. I'll see you later on after I've done my stream. Come check up on you.
I'll try and make sure she doesn't.
It's fine, it's fine. I'll see you both in a bit. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Oh, coming back upstairs, chat. Jen don't like me. Can't imagine why, says John. Jen chat is bullying me again, says John. So Dave also needs perspective trickery to make himself look taller. Like the hobbits from Lord of the Rings. Oh. Yeah. We're back now. We're back in the room. The baby's learned recently how to blow raspberries, so it's pretty funny. She's been watching me and Jen blow raspberries. Or rather, Jen started it by pulling her tongue out and then blowing raspberries. And then the baby started pulling her tongue out. And now it's like, Jen's like, oh, so I'll just blow raspberries at the baby. And then the baby started blowing raspberries. So yeah, fun stuff. She started mimicking us a little bit more. See, he confirmed it. Jen no like me, says John. Wait, what? It's not that, John. I'm probably reading it wrong. Oh no, the baby is crying. I can hear her downstairs. She's probably just waiting for a bottle at the moment. She doesn't like being put down, even for like a second. It's funny, it's like the easiest way at the moment to cheer her up is literally just pick her up. Just pick her up and carry her around. So most of the time when I'm not on stream, I'm sat carrying her around in my arms so that she'll chill out so she's not crying the house down. So yeah. I'm so happy for you, Dave, says Damon. Honestly, it's funny. I like looking after her, it's all good, you know. But most of the time, like I was saying, I spend is looking after my little girl and making sure she's not crying the house down. Which normally only happens if she wants food, she's ill, or she's tired. Which means we have a chill baby. Which is what I wanted, like, originally when we were talking about having a kid. I messed around. And I was like, yeah, I pray to God that we have a super chill baby, because with all the stuff that we've been through, we kind of deserve it. And then, yeah, we get a super chill baby, so I must have rolled good on the gacha for that. TPP says, I'm back. Hello! Right, so. Okay, I need to place the other bits of scenery now, because we're in this final room here. Where is it? Let's go to the other one. In terms of like scenery, you can see how I've slowly updated this, how I've got all these little extra planes all over the place. Also, you managed to get one of those new type children, says Damon. No, it's like, when you think about it, the amount of stuff that I talk about on stream, and even if you imagine like some of the stuff that I don't talk about, but I allude to, especially when I'm like, yeah, the amount of stuff we've been through, I'm glad. You know, it kind of tells you a lot more than me just describing it all to you. But with that sort of situation, I mean, just turning around and getting really lucky and having something like that happen, you know, I'm glad, because at least that's a lot more stress off our shoulders. You know, we kind of deserved that after everything, so it's happy times. Right, fog cube, make sure everything is set up here. Stone pillars are placed, lighting's placed. I need... Has the foliage got the fallen leaf? I need to save that, and I need to import the Mario-style vines? Not vines, leaves, sorry. And download. Where's the leaves that I made? Come on. Where they are? It might be in their own separate file. Where you at? Where you at? Textures. Lighting. Judgment Hall. Burger Pants model. Where the heck are they? Should be in here. Let's try Ruins textures. Oh, there we go. Pile of leaves. So yeah. Both of you had it rough. I'm honestly really happy for you for finding a break. It's nice, you know, it's nice not having to stress out all the time so much, you know. I thought I heard a dang biscuit then, says John. Insert Undertale Spider Dance remix. One that I listened to last night that genuinely made me tear up when hearing it. I'm gonna go find it now for you guys because I want to use it for the credits, like the beginning of the credits. I don't just want to go into like the happy credits. I want a little bit of the emotional credits first, but I'm still kind of thinking about this idea, but where is it? I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to tell you the name of it and the user. So it's Undertale, his theme, a lyrical cover. It's by Chi-Chi, and it's got 281,000 views, and it was done 3 years ago, and it's 2 minutes 5 long, and the picture on the thumbnail is Asriel with a crown of flowers around his head. It's so good. It's so good. Let's see. Flower. Was it flower? Oh, no, wait. Leaf pile 1. I don't trust you with Undertale songs anymore, says John. No, trust me. Like, the thing is, it's like, you don't trust me with Deltarune songs because of Jebel. How many times have you listened to the Spamton one, John? Leaf pile. Mario imports. Because it is literally just an import from a Mario game. I can't remember which one though. Yeah, how many times have you listened to that the Spamton one that I sent you, John? Because I listened to that like 10 times already. I originally didn't like it, and then I've just been listening to it like non-stop while I'm doing work. That ping was just me posting in your Discord, says Damon. That's fine, it's fine. You've listened to it 5 times. It's so good. Let's see what Damon's posted. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. That literally did me in last night. Like, it's like I've said all the time, if you're in the right headspace or sometimes the wrong headspace, the OST can get you really emotionally right in the heart. And that one was heart-wrenching last night. That was literally just like, oh no. It sounds badass, as Damon. It's very, very sad. But it's weird. It sounds like something that would really go for like the credits. You know, you could easily use it as like credits. Oh god, did I just do that on stream? I gotta wait because it's... Oh god, I did. I did it for a moment, but then I turned it off again. It's good, we're all good. I only showed a little bit. It didn't have the lighting in it, and I didn't show off any other areas. It's a work in progress area, so nothing's been done. We're good. I literally looked at it on stream and waited for it to catch up and was like, yep, we're good. Now I can do it on my end. I hate that. Like, I'm still getting used to it, which is going between 2 Blender windows and making sure that I'm not showing off the stuff that I want to keep hidden for the update. So yeah, thank God I managed to recover from that then. I saw everything, but I won't spoil it. Nah, you didn't see much. Trust me when I say I know you didn't see much, because watch the stream back so I know what was shown off. I know, it's just TPPP. It's all good. It's good. I just need to check that file is correct there. Leaf, alpha blend and opaque, so if I go with that. Yep, that's fine. I've seen things, a lot of things, John. John, be careful what you're saying. Stone pillar, leaf pile. Ooh. Oh my god, so many mushrooms. How many mushrooms have I got in here? Over 168 mushrooms so far. Easily. And over 144 pieces of moss. That's not me telling you off, by the way, John. That's me just joking around and being like, dude, seriously? 67 small and large vines? Wait, how many large vines have I got? 92. That's the amount of things I've had to place by hand. Oh, and then there's those 56 spikes. Hey, Sammy! Nice to see you! Dude, that moment where I've placed that much moss and vines all over the place, it's nuts. I'm just trying to close half of these tabs here. That reminds me, I can't wait to get the ruins done and get them, like, it'd be cool showing off the ruins properly animated for the next update, or even just like forego the update and just drop the ruins as like, you know, Toby did with the demo for Undertale, where Toby was just like, here's the ruins, here's the entire ruins. No, that'd be so cool, just foregoing any updates and just being like, bam, there we go, you know. Just work really hard on getting the ruins done and getting it as good as it can be. Started early, yes we did. Started early because of me needing to do all the stuff, like in another 3 or so hours I've got a meeting, so this isn't Undertale related, but every time a Rise by Clan comes on, I start bawling my eyes out. I've listened to it 30 times since it came out last month. Which one's that one? Let's see if it's familiar. Rise Clan. Not heard that, I don't think. I love the way I'm looking for that, and then halfway down YouTube it says, people also watched, warning, this video spoils all of One Piece, and I'm like, wait, what? That has nothing to do with this. And then there's another one where it, what? Another one from Animania, overpowered girls try to own the only male classmate. That's just bull. A lot of this is so stupid. What even is this? It's just like YouTube recommending a bunch of crap to me. It's okay, YouTube. It's fine. I have no clue what any of that is, but I hate that where YouTube just recommends the most garbage stuff alongside what you're actually looking for. It's like, what are you doing, YouTube? Just stop. You know. Right, copy leaf pile, duplicate collection. Leaf pile 2. It's folk pop. Honestly, it's awesome. Very sad ending. Oh, I'll have to have a look at that. Am I trying to remember which window I'm using here? Let's see if the stream catches up for a moment. think I might be using the... I love the way I reached for the window then and then stopped myself. Come on, where is it? Are we good? Try to make sure I don't spoil anything here. So it's just like, let's keep an eye on stream for a moment, see whether I stopped. I think. Yeah, I don't think it's looking at the same window, which is good. Not part of my daily schedule, Dave. First thing I do when I get home is open my computer. Thank you very much, Sammy. What I'm trying to do here is get all of these piles of leaves for the ruins done. Okay, so that's... We'll do a little bit more there. No, thank you. I've got something to listen to while I work. It's all good, as long as you don't mind me going on about all kinds of stuff to do with, like, YouTube and Undertale and stuff. That reminds me, while you're here, Sammy, because I'm asking the community yet again for, like, ideas and things. What do you think Waterfall looks like in 3D? The reason why I say that is because when you look at the sprite work for, like, Gerson's area looks like a cave that's got, like, you know, like a mine shaft with the wooden support beams. But then other areas look like they're flooded with water, obviously. So I'm thinking it's more like a flooded mine shaft that's full of, like, different areas full of water and then, like, the echo flowers and mushrooms all over the place. Just to kind of get an idea of the visuals. We need to get you to start an OF for John, Dave. Sorry, wait, what? OF? I'm not familiar with that term. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to explain that one to me. I'm just kind of sat here confused, like, wait, what? Oh, oh my god, I'm so stupid. Dude. So stupid of me. How come I just didn't click then? It's just like, OF? OF? Wait a minute, what? And the next minute it's like, yeah, it's this. Oh my god. No worries, man, Sustainment. Yeah, it's funny, but at the same time, it's like, I always like double checking to make sure it's, you know, it's not me getting stuff wrong and then I'm actually, you know, understanding fully what people mean. Oof, I have an idea in my head, but it's hard to put into words, says Sammy. I've been trying to do artwork for it for my AU. I'm not very good at backgrounds yet, but I'm getting there. It's cool, it's cool. John says, I'm innocent this time. This time should be in capitals there, John. What I'm thinking for this room, because this is the room that we do a cutaway on. Oh my god, I've done it again, haven't I? Which... Oh no, I haven't. I thought I'd spoiled stuff again. I was going into like shader mode and I'm like... Duplicate collection here. Keep having a heart attack because I'm working in the same window, really. It's duplicated. The only difference is one of them is showing only the top-down view, and I'm like, please be the right one. Please be the right one. Please. Please. I don't want to spoil anything. My sister got my Subway. Let's go, Sammy. Oh, nice. What Subway sandwich did you get? Normally I go for chicken teriyaki, but they've stopped that apparently, so now I'm going for Italian BMT. I don't believe they stopped the chicken teriyaki. It's just so bad. That was like a staple. It's been a staple of Subway since I started going. Like, I can't remember when I first had chicken teriyaki. It's gotta be, I'm gonna say probably like 20 years ago. And then they suddenly stopped doing it. And it's like, dude, come on, what? Why would you do that to me? You know, Instead, I gotta have different pepperoni and ham and everything combined together with a bunch of veg and stuff. It's like, I don't mind that. But why'd you get rid of my chicken, man? Sammy says, what's your opinion on olives? Black olives. I do not like olives, so in general, they're just not my thing. Yeah. The funny thing is, my normal go-to is, well, was chicken teriyaki, or just chicken. And then I always try and bulk out the sandwich to make it worth it because of how much it costs. So normally I'll get stuff like double cheese, and then I'll get lettuce, red onions, and the mixed or red peppers, or as Americans call them, I think it's like bell peppers. Normally I'll get those on it, and I'll just mix all of that together and it'll bulk out the sandwich quite nicely, and then I'll just take that. Oh. So yeah, that's normally my go-to. It's like either BMT and chicken teriyaki like that. It's always that style. Just because I love it being bulked out with a lot of vegetables. So, because I love veg. I know loads of people that don't like veg, but I absolutely love it when I can get my hands on it. It's just like, yeah, just pile it all on, you know. But yeah, generally I don't put anything like mayo on or anything. I just have it like that. John says, I have black olives on pizza. Ooh, interesting. It has black olives, teriyaki, mayo, lettuce, tomatoes, and extra olives and onions. Nice! Just like how the milkshake machine is always busted with McDonald's, they want you to work for your meals. Toasted bread or no? Yeah, I get toasted. I get toasted because it's just nice. It's nice having the bread be warm. Normally, I always make sure it's a foot long as well because normally I don't eat too much during the day with me working so much. So, yeah, normally I'm just like, I'll just get the full foot long. Because then that way I can either split it in half and have it for 2 meals, or I can just have the entire thing and then not eat for like the rest of the day. By the way, that's not healthy. I don't encourage anybody else to do that. It's just how I work from when I'm super busy. It's like I used to do it with, when I used to work in the games industry. I'd sit down for breakfast in work and have an absolutely massive breakfast each day, which normally consisted of a full English breakfast, which for those who don't know is a lot of fatty food. Essentially, it's baked beans, sausage, egg, bacon, hash browns, mushrooms, all on the same plate with a bit of toast. And I used to get that every single morning, but then I wouldn't eat anything for the rest of the day up until like in the afternoon at like 5 o'clock. And then I'd have something small before I go to bed or whatever. And that was literally like, I think it was 11 months of just doing that. It was pretty crazy. Let's do 5. But yeah, I just used to bulk up on that during the morning because then that would fill me up for the entire day. And then I'd just drink a lot of water. Like I'd just be at the water cooler, just making sure I was getting lots of water. Let's see, how many other piles of... Ah, there we go. It's another pile of leaves down here. Probably 2 of them. Baba da 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 beef, says Sammy. Let's see, is that... I'm absolutely paranoid about this rendering the wrong stuff now, but come on, make sure it's doing the right one. Funny thing is, like with Damon's comment, I do not go to McDonald's. Like, I've only been, I think, McDonald's twice in my entire life. Once was for somebody's birthday when I was a kid. And then the other one was, I'm gonna say like New Year's, about roughly about 6 to 8 years ago, when I was hanging out with a bunch of friends. We used to do this thing where we'd all go around one person's house, and then everybody else would get wasted on booze, and I'd just stay awake and watch everybody else get wasted and just laugh, because I don't drink really. So I'd just laugh at everybody being like face down in the floor in their own vomit and stuff, and then have to clear everything up after them later on. So one time we go and we're coming home. Like I used to get car share with people, so we'd get in like a taxi and then go to like the nearest taxi point, and then I'd go from there to get home. And this one point, this guy's like, dude, let's just go to McDonald's because it's like 7 in the morning and just get some breakfast from there. I was like, oh, okay. Got like, I think it was one of the breakfast sandwiches from there. And then that's it. I've never been, never been apart from that because I just don't like McDonald's. It tastes like nothing. It's one of my band chants. You were a little off. I can't sound it. Nice one. It's all good. Hopefully I'm not showing off anything here. I'm just trying to get these piles of... What I'm going to do here with this room, because of how it is I'm going to take more piles of these leaves and dot them in the corners. And then I'm going to have the vines and foliage climbing up them as well. And that's going to hopefully break things up and look cool. And then I'm going to put the save point in here as well, because I need to do that. But yeah, having the leaves in the corners makes sense, because leaves generally just pile up in corners anyway. What you're seeing is all these circles that I'm placing down now are things that look like circles here. In the overhead view, those are just piles of leaves. Massive pile of leaves. I figure I'd do a couple more of them. And then we're good. David says, I don't blame you. The food stinks and it's too expensive. It used to be a few pounds for a burger and now it's like $10. The only other place I've been for like burgers or fast foods ever was when I used to work as a security guard. And occasionally what would happen is I'd wake up and have to rush out the door straight to get like a couple of trains to where I used to work. And on the way there, like, because I used to get like 2 to 3 trains to get to work, it was nuts and really expensive. Halfway there, I'd be like, okay, at one of the stations, I'll just stop off and go like the nearest burger place. And the burger place that was there was Burger King. And until they shut down, I remember just having a laugh and just essentially getting like a ton of Whoppers and just stacking them up and making like this huge ass burger out of Whoppers and then just eating that before work. No. Nuts. But yeah, even Burger King wasn't that good. It was just sort of one of those things where I did a couple of times on the way to work because I'd seen it on YouTube with people making like silly burgers or burger contraptions where it was like different combinations make a certain burger, and I'd be like, okay, I'll see if I can eat that in like 5 minutes or less. You know, so it'd be like, right, here we go. Disassemble everything, put it on one burger, and then just eat it on the way to work. As well as that, it was one of the only places open at like 7 p.m. in the evening. So it was either that or I get like a sandwich or something from one of the other places that was open, but it's like packaged sandwiches, so they're never amazing. Sammy says, band director, dang Bessie, dang the entire band, the baby's gotta eat. John says, I like Mackies now and again. And don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing anybody that likes Mackies. It's just my general understanding of Mackies is it used to be cheap and everybody used to get it, and you'd always see people coming out and then complaining about being fat or, you know, just not being healthy afterwards. And it generally got this stigma of, if you go to Mackies, you're spending money to get fat. And I think that was more prevalent after Super Size Me was released. And because I always like trying to keep as healthy as possible, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'll do some really stupid stuff, but my metabolism equals out. I've talked about that a couple of times on stream where I've said my metabolism has been stupidly high most of my life. So I've been able to do silly things and then get away with it. But yeah, Mackey's has always had sort of that negative stigma of just, you go into Mackey's, you just breathing the air, you gain like 5 stone. You know, so it's just like, nah, it's not for me. Not for me. Yeah. Mackey's to Sammy. Yeah, McDonald's is just slang for it. You can eat anything as long as you eat in moderation, says John. Yes, that is true. Again, like saying before, I'm not going to bash anybody for the personal likes or anything. It's that usual thing that I'm being polite with of just, yeah, it's not for me. It's not for me. It's like, I do like fast food, don't get me wrong, but there are certain types of fast food, you know, and I don't eat it all the time. It's just a nice thing to have every so often when you're feeling a bit lazy. You know, when it's like, I don't fancy cooking today or whatever. Ooh. Just do that. Okay, let's do that too. Oh, no. Can I, oh, did I do that with that one too? Yeah. Trying to make these piles of leaves vary in height so they look better. Let's see, that one's back there. What about 4? No. 3? 2? Oh. Dude, trying to find out. Oh, there we go, there we go. Make the leaf piles different heights so that everything kind of looks consistent. Or at least a little bit more realistic. I love the way we always have food conversations on this channel as well. In between stuff. Same with my metabolism, it's crazy high. I'm a super thinking person compared to most of my families and Sammy. I have managed to stay pretty lean for most of my life, despite the fact that I have a massive sweet tooth, and sometimes I can just feel like I want to eat an entire horse. With how hungry I can get. But it's nice, you know, I like that freedom to eat what I want and feel like it's not affecting me too much. Admittedly, as I'm getting older now, I feel like I'm going to actually have to put in work to make sure that my metabolism stays like that. Which is why I don't mind doing exercise streams, you know, when I go on like Wii Fit or whatever, which I need to do again, just for a laugh. But yeah, it's all good. I like putting in the effort and getting some exercise in just to make sure that I stay that way, because that way I'm not worrying about myself, you know. John says, like, I'll have a takeout, but it will be the only thing I eat that day, says John. The thing is, if I get takeout, it normally won't be the only thing that I eat that day, but it'll be the biggest thing. You know, so like, say for instance, an example would be at the moment, like with the baby. If I wake up, depending on when I wake up, I may or may not have breakfast. And then depending on the time as well, like later on, I might only have like one thing to eat the entire day. Or just like a bowl of cereal and then whatever. So it might be that I have a bowl of cereal when I wake up, and then because I normally wake up at like 2 to 3 p.m. if I'm working till 6 a.m. on Undertale stuff, which is a normal work day for me at the moment, or work night, is waking up at like 2 to 3 p.m. and then working all the way till like 6 a.m. and then going to sleep again. But normally what I'll do is I'll wake up and I'll be like, okay, get a drink, get to my computer, start doing work again, and I may or may not have breakfast, or I'll just skip it and have just food for the evening meal. So that might be, so if I get really lazy, I'll order in and do like a Chinese or a burger or something. I'll have that as like the main meal, and then I may either have some cereal later on as kind of like a snack, or I'll just wait and have, say, like some instant ramen later on and they'll be all I eat. You know, so it's crazy. Sammy says, one time when I was at the doctor's, who wasn't the usual family doctor, she was looking at my mum and my sister, she said I was malnourished. Because my mum and sis were thicker than me. Both you and Jen should compete, says John. What, for how lean we can get? She's my adopted mother too. I had to drink these dumb shakes for weeks, even though my weight was perfectly fine. My mother was so hurt by the whole thing. Jeez. That just seems like a nasty thing for the doctor to recommend. Or it's just like, oh yeah, we're going to put you on this diet or whatever it is. David says, yeah, if I get a Chinese or a kebab, I normally eat that for a few days and then just zombie myself through the rest of the day. Yeah, it's that whole thing, like... The only time I think I've ever had multiple takeaways back to back is when we were really lazy, like when we were first trying to deal with having the child, and obviously she needed our attention loads, and we couldn't really find too much time to cook. So it was like, yeah, we'll just get takeaway for a couple of days in a row, until we can manage stuff. But it was like the first couple of days we had her. That was crazy as well, because that cost quite a bit, but we've managed to obviously cut that all out now. But yeah, when you first have a kid, it's that whole thing of adapting to it, and obviously that takes time, and time that you don't have when you're busy trying to still do everything else as you would normally do, like clean up everything or cook a meal. Instead, that all goes out the window. So it's just like, yeah, we'll just be lazy for the time being and just do this so we can focus on the baby. So it was pretty crazy. Let's put a light there. Don't believe I'm almost done here. It's so cool. I can put one of the other lights, like an ambient one, at the end of that doorway there. So, doorway to Napster Bluke. Can't wait to do Blukey's scene again, like I was saying, with all the different cobwebs and stuff, because we're going to skip quite a large chunk. The way that it works is, and I've been saying this loads, but I don't think people have really picked up on what I mean. If I just go into the other one for a moment, and we do this. All the ruins that we're doing so far is basically all of this. And then when I get to here, I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up. Wait for the stream, wait for the stream. There we go. Okay, so the stream's catching up. So when we get to here now, that's where it cuts off. And instead of animating all of that bit there where we fall down and everything, instead, we're going to go from here afterwards. So I only have to model a little bit of these two rooms and not in full detail. And then it's mainly focused on this area with Napster Bluke and the cheese area, and then a little bit of the Frogget area. And then this is skipped as well, and we go straight to Toriel's place. So then I'll have to skip over to this area here and Toriel's. So a couple of more nights and we'll be done, because then it's the boss area as well, and then the ruins are all done, so that's not too bad in terms of progress. Let's just set this back to normal. And then I just have Waterfall to do, which will be fun, because then I can spend a little bit of time on my own content, like other extra content that isn't Undertale. And then after that, then it's back to the grind again. John says, I'll never be slim because I'm stocky and broad. But John, are you built like a phone box? As in, like, really sturdy? Like the proper ye olde British phone boxes. The red ones. Not the glass ones. Sturdy boy. Yeah, well, if that's the case, then that's fine, man. As long as, as long as you're looking after yourself and, you're not, like, affecting your health in a negative way, then it's all good. It's all good. The thing is, it's like, despite me being thin, I've never, flaunted that to anybody and been like, oh, yeah, you should totally do this. You're crazy if you're not thin. It's like, it's whatever. People can be whatever they want as long as they're happy. You know, as long as they're happy and they're not affecting the health to a way where it would hurt them, then it's all good, man, you know. I'm not going to judge anyone for the weight or anything, because that's just vain. It's very vain and nasty. It's as usual that I mentioned with this channel. We all chill. We chill. Are you happy? If so, that's all that matters. Indeed. I do that though with that light. Just move that out. I can have a area light like that. That's gonna look cool. Then we just apply shadows to that. Hey Memes, nice to see you. Memes, I know you've just woken up and this is probably gonna be one of those instances of me throwing crazy stuff at you too early again. I'm so sorry for that. But what's your take on how Waterfall looks in 3D? You know, like, you're similar to how I asked about like Hotline and stuff, because I'm thinking with Waterfall is like, to me at least, you know where you have Gersons, and Gersons looks like it's a mine shaft because of the fact that it has those wooden support struts around the doorway, which are probably just there for design purposes. I'm like, I figure Waterfall is mostly a mix between an old style mine that you see like that and a lot of underwater or water filled style caverns. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. It's just I'm kind of checking with the rest of the community just in case anyone else has a difference in opinion. You know, again, I'm asking all the stupid and crazy questions to which it's like, dude, just do it the most simple way possible. But it's like, yeah, but just getting an idea of what I can kind of do with it in 3D is very helpful, you know. What I think is that Waterfall is a mine shaft that's flooded with a deep void. That's fair enough then. That's all I need, really. What I'll do is I'll probably be asking the same question to a bunch of the community in VR chat later on, just to double check on things. See if everybody's on the same sort of wavelength in terms of ideas, and then we'll just go from there, you know. I ask the most really stupid questions sometimes, but it gives me a more of a vision of what I should be aiming for. I'll probably do like a couple of drawing streams at some point, you know, like I do with my crazy concept art ones, where it's just like, okay, this is what I'm thinking of. Try and get an idea of it. Considering it has crystals. Oh, yeah. Dude, I can use the crystals for lighting as well. Oh, it's going to be so good. Crystals, shrooms, and... oh my god, the crystals bounce off the light, which... oh, that's perfect. Yeah, because the crystals reflect the light, which means I could technically light it up a little bit more. It's going to have like a blue tone to it, a bit like Snowden has a blue tone, but it's kind of like more like an aqua to make it feel cold. Waterfall's going to have that blue tone because of the water, obviously, but then I can highlight it with like the crystal colors as well to make it all kind of trippy. John says, I wish I didn't say anything. Dude, you're fine. You're fine. It's all good. Not to mention the star roof. Ooh. The question is, how dark do I make it then? Because, like, it looks dark in the art, but the thing is, there's the stars that are going to bounce light everywhere. The crystals are going to reflect light. The water's going to reflect light. Might actually be brighter than I'm thinking of, you know. Or we can have a contrast if some areas be kind of dark and some areas not. Yeah, the fake stars. I think I'm just going to go... John, I hope you're alright. I hope we've not made you feel bad or anything, or uncomfortable. I just hope you're alright, man. Hope everything's alright. Just hope you're alright, John. That's one thing I didn't expect. I hope he's alright. Didn't mean to cause any trouble. Let's do a glow here for the exit. Door glow material. Wait a minute, did I already have a door glow material? Glow. No, I didn't. So yeah, in before I do another crazy stream, and it's one that has me literally drawing up ideas for Waterfall. So good with the ruins so far, because it's only taken like 2 or 3 days to get this far. What I'll probably do is I'll probably send John a message later on and just ask him whether he's alright, because I don't like the idea that I potentially might have made him feel uncomfortable without meaning that. There's probably a conversation about like body types or weight before, I don't know. Hope that's not the case. Although he was feeling ill, so maybe it's just that. Because it's not as if we were turning around and being nasty or anything, so... But yeah, we'll have to see. It's one of those whole things, memes. We were just talking about food again, and then we were just talking about body types afterwards, but... The thing is... It's like he was already feeling bad because he already had a headache, so... Just hope he's alright, you know. Let's see here, I need to move some of these lights. I've started noticing the ambient lights that I put in the rooms need to be raised just so that they get a large amount of area to scatter the light around. Okay, that's working all right so far. But yeah, this is looking so good. It's nuts. I need to do where is it? On your window. I come in here, the textures change here. What happens is Toby's used different textures on the ruins walls. So in these corners, I need to come up with a solution for how to show that texture transition without it being just instant, here's a wall, here's a corner, and the texture immediately changes. So what I might do is cover it up with vines or make like individual bricks that do details for that. Idea, gradients. I could do gradients, it's just a case of then making that material for it. I'd have to see. Because it'd need to be another material that has 2 diffuse maps and a set of bump and normal with some displacement and then a gradient between them so they blend into each other. Oh, we shall see. Oh, I've been DM'd. Oh, Wally. Oh. I keep joking with Wally Frisk's voice actress because of this morning we were like, oh, we've got plenty of time to do some voice lines, and then we got on VR chat, we got all set up for doing the lines for the ruins for Frisk, and then she's like, oh no, I need to do the I need to do the laundry again. Well, the laundry took 12 hours last time. So I was like, good luck with that. Hope I had to see you in like another 12 hours. Meme says, I'm gonna get up now. This is the first thing I did. Moody, one request. Ooh, shoot, what's the request? Tell him. Oh, John? Or am I... Or Wally. The Amanda image I made is peak. Memes, is that for Wally? The Frisk VA, okay. I'll send it now. I just sent that. Literally sent it now. They must know that they cannot escape the meme I created for VR chat. So let's see here. I now need to bring in more of the foliage. Which window am I working in here? Oh god, is this... I'm gonna stop for a moment, let the stream catch up, because if this is the window that I'm thinking of, I might have just barely missed spoiling stuff. It is. Oh my god, I'm glad I didn't touch anything there. I could have almost spoiled everything there visually. It's like... That was close. Yeah, I keep on... Because of the other day with it happening, I keep on being as careful as I can now. Let's get the save star in here. Scenery. Spikes, ruins, foliage, stone pillar. New. Mission failed. We don't see spoilers this time. We almost got him, boys. Maybe next time. Don't know why I do the like slightly cockney Call of Duty style accent, but I have the pettiest English teacher and she hates me, says Sammy. Save star. Damon says, war is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved deep into my psyche that this world and all its people are diseased. Teachers suck. Indeed. Teachers just really do suck, especially the ones that hate your guts. First lesson in war, run. Well, let's see here. I either need more lights in this room because it's so dark, or I need to ramp up the lights that I already have in here. Let's try 200. See how much that bounces around. That's not too bad. It's a little bit brighter. Maybe one or two more of those is good. It's from Monsoon's meme speed. Oh my god. I did not know that. Dude, the first time I played Metal Gear Rising and got to Monsoon because I was playing it on one of the harder difficulties, that was so hype. Because, like, I remember I was playing it before Stu was. And I said to Stu, just wait until you get to Monsoon's fight because you'll absolutely love the music. It's nuts. But when I got to him, I was like, right, I'm ready for parrying. I'd been hammering the game out to get the Fox Blade at that point, but I can't remember whether I was using the Fox Blade or not, but I'd saved up and I'd got the Fox Blade by that point by just grinding the first missions, and I got really good at parrying. So I'm there playing on hard. It wasn't Revengeance difficulty, it was just hard for the first run. And I remember Monsoon's there, and I got hit the first couple of times. I'm like, oh god, because you can't hit him because of his ability that he has where he splits into multiple sections. I'm like, oh, this is fair, this is crap, you know. And then I go into it the second time after I'd learned how to attack him. And no joke, I parried every single one of his moves. I just must have been in the zone by that point. And it was so good to just be able to parry everything. Just be like, holy crap! No, it was nuts. Meme says, can I say one thing? Yeah, sure. The whole thing with Metal Gear sums up my thoughts on the world. Right, let's start off with putting more foliage in here. I love the tiny spider in the corner. Oh, dude, I should include more tiny spiders. Where's my sauce? I made it the up. Oh my god, did I just do that on stream? Please tell me this isn't the... Did I... Did I actually do it? I'm waiting for it to catch up. Did I do that then? Hang on. I gotta go back and see whether I did that. Did you just swear? I think I said holy crap. I can't remember. Normally I say holy crap, Jesus, or oh my god. Oh god damn it. Now to me, I try and avoid proper swearing. I don't know. You might have. I try to avoid proper swearing as much as I can, but normally I go between those ones that I mentioned because they avoid me swearing properly. I don't know whether... If I did swear then, if I was like, oh, OMFG, then that'll literally because I panicked so hard. I did not mean to say that. It's just like... So yeah, I'm sorry if I swore then. I did not mean to. I'm just a bit panicky now. I'm just a bit panicky. I gotta check which window I'm working in. Like, no joke, when I'm laughing here, this is the nervous laugh, not the funny laugh of, haha, I might have swore. That's the nervous laugh of, oh my god, I might have swore, and I've not been keeping an eye on everything, oh my god, you know. Because I don't want to spoil this update, and if I did, I'd be so upset with myself. Please tell me that's... Are we good here? I keep on checking the window now that I'm working in. Oh. You're good, man, Dave. Calm down. I just don't want to spoil anything. I'm sat here like, wait, are we good? We good? We good? No. I've mentioned it before on stream. I exude greater dog energy. And by that I mean, like, if you're familiar with the fight with Greater Dog and all the stuff that you can do, one of the things that you can do with Greater Dog to actually beat them in Snowden is you can ignore them. but when you do that, Greater Dog literally comes right up to the screen, so only its eyes are showing and its ears, and is all like, Greater Dog is waiting for you. And I keep sending that to the cast and being like, look, I don't mean any offense to anybody. I don't mean to look like I'm pushy. It's just because of previous experiences, I can come across as slightly paranoid and easily excitable. So yeah, great amounts of Greater Dog energy. So I just keep sending that image of Greater Dog with just his eyes and ears above the menu. Just like, I'm sorry, I don't mean anything. Oh, I went back, you didn't say anything, says Damon. Thank you very much, Damon. I try and not swear as much as possible. Like ages ago, I used to swear a lot, like a lot, and it was excessive. And I found that it got to the point where I could not string two words together without swearing in between them. And I was thinking to myself, well, I can't be doing this when I have the baby with my wife. So it's like, yeah, I've got to cut down on it. So over the past like 2 years, I think I've cut back on it heavily. When I only swear in like certain circumstances, which are normally like either really serious or so surprising that I just break for a moment. I'm just like, ah. So yeah, I'm just glad. You've always given wholesome Greater Dog vibes, says Memes. Thank you very much. Thank you. I liked trying to change to make myself better. So yeah, I find that that's the easiest way of me explaining how I act to people now and what my general approach is to things. It's like, yeah, Greater Dog energy, where it's just like, I don't mean anything, I'm just really excitable. I even had a joke with Frisk's voice actor the other day, and I was like, I should just, for Halloween, just for the avatar that I use on stream here, I should just do the hair white and give it the dog ears and the tail. You know, just to do the meme, because especially like Toby's already using the dog avatar. It's like, I'll just for Halloween do the dress up. Let's see. I had to eat soap once because I kept saying the F word. It was deserved though, says Sammy. Oof. Meme says, question Moody, should I do some fan art of the cast? If you want to, you can, Memes. I'm not going to stop you. It'd be pretty cute, to be honest, especially like you did the previous time in the drawing level, which I think I still have the video of. I need to go and check. I know I took screenshots of it, I think. The thing is, the reason why I used to swear so much, apart from me being very angry, was the whole deal with, like, where I worked, everybody swore. And it was something that you kind of adapted to. So, you know, like, I've mentioned it before, I used to work in the games industry, and a lot of people would be working there and then they'd be doing different things of which I can't mention, but when something would go wrong, somebody would be like, what the you know, they'd be swearing their head off and everything. So it's like, it was just something that everybody in the office did, because everybody in the games industry acts like a teenager. So it's like, when I came out of there, it's like, nah, I just gotta act a little bit more mature than that, you know. We all learned how to swear due to the environments we're put in, says Memes. Basically, yeah. I'm just trying to move these planes up at the moment. What you're actually seeing on the top view is me just moving a couple of boxes, but in the actual level, I'm moving around the moss and everything again to try and make everything look good. I've been trying to break my habits, says Memes. It takes some time. Like, breaking habits, especially swearing, takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, and a lot of, I'd say a lot of self-control, especially when you were that excessive with it originally, where you just can't string a sentence together without swearing. It's very hard to do, but once you get into the swing of it, it's really good. No, it's like one of the other things I used to do for ages, where I'd get into trouble and the first thing I'd do was panic, and then I'd lie about what I'd done, and it was terrible because it made it so that they were only like small lies. It wasn't anything nasty that would totally hurt anybody, but I just didn't like the fact that I was lying so much that it would, you know, it'd be disingenuous, and it made me feel bad afterwards. So I got to the point where I was like, okay, I'm not going to lie about anything at all. But the side effect of that was that now I literally can't shut up. So like I'll be saying too much, and then I'll be like, yeah, I kind of regret saying that because I told the full story with the full context and details where I didn't necessarily need to. You know, it's crazy. But at least I'm not like that anymore. Ooh. Goofy things like Holly Lonely Log Sack in Home Depot. AB Fifi Plag says, sup, I'm back. Hello. Sammy says, yeah, I used to be a compulsive liar. I think it's that whole thing of when you're a kid or when you're younger, you think lying is not something that's frowned upon because it gets you out of a stressful situation really quickly. But also, the more you do it, the more you notice that it genuinely, if you're a nice person or if you're a good person, it doesn't make you feel good. You know, you'll be like, yeah, I kind of regret that afterwards, or yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. You know, sometimes even though you might get out of a situation that you found stressful, what can actually happen as a result is that it just makes you feel like crap. You know, so that's when it's like, is it worth it? You know, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I'll just change. You know, so yeah, not good. It was one of those things where it was how I would deal with stressful situations originally, and I definitely don't like the fact that I did that, but at least I'm happy that I now don't do that, you know, with the, like I said, the funny side effect being I actually can't physically tell a lie anymore, with one exception. The exception being I'm never going to dox myself, so I always say completely random locations in the UK. It's the only thing I've held myself to. It's almost like a promise to myself or a vow. I never give away my location. It's the only thing that I will ever lie about. Primarily for just security reasons. You know. So yeah. Damon says, damn, I had the same issue. I got sick of people lying to me, so I decided not to lie about things. It was kind of a bad way to go. The thing is, it's like, I almost feel like it's one of those things where as you grow up and you become more mature, or you become a nicer person, you kind of figure out for yourself what is good and what is bad, and truly what you should and shouldn't be doing. Like, not everybody starts off knowing immediately what's good and bad. They have to be taught that. And even sometimes when you're taught properly what's good and bad, sometimes you decide, I'll do something stupid or I'll do something bad, and then you kind of bend the rules a little bit thinking, oh, it's not too bad or whatever. But when you get used to that, especially if you're conflicted with yourself, like if you think, oh, I'm a nice person, but I've done this, that's when it can really mess you up. So that's where it's like, is it worth it? Oh. So you have to kind of grow into that. It can take years of just being like, look, I don't want to be like this. Maybe I'll just start self-improving. And one of the best things you can do literally is just focus on not lying and not doing things like that and just improving yourself. But it's actually realizing that what you're doing isn't good in the first place, instead of making up excuses and being like, yeah, you know what, this wasn't too bad. You know, it got me out of this situation. I'm not really stressed out at the moment, thank God. And the next moment you're like, but it is weighing on my conscience, you know. It is weighing on my consciousness. Oh, let's go there. Placing this moss everywhere. Oh. Place that about there. That way I've got it all across the ceiling now. You motivated me to get some progress on my project, says APP Fifi Plag. Oh, nice! The more the lie, the more you have to continue to cover it up. Yes, that's another thing that's bad about it. It takes a lot of effort to lie. It does. It also takes a lot of effort for it to be convincing as well. Like, some people just can't flat out lie from the get-go because they try and it's not convincing. The hardest part that I found was being incredibly convincing and then getting out of that, you know. But the people that I ended up doing that to, I actually explained the situations that I was in because it stems from a lot of stuff that I'm not going to get into, being a teenager and stuff. For anyone that knows about those stories that I've told on stream before, you'll know I did not have a happy set of teenage years or going into teenage years for about 8 years. And yeah, without getting into stuff too much, part of me learning how to lie a little bit more was to deal with stuff that I wasn't happy with then. And yeah, it didn't go so well. So yeah, I ended up apologizing to a bunch of people about that and just being like, look, I was going through some really rough stuff. I'm so sorry about this. And they're like, no, it's fine, man, it's fine. I wish you told us sooner. And I was like, yeah, I kind of couldn't, you know. I just felt like I was kind of back to the wall kind of thing. And they were like, nah, it's good, it's all good. You shouldn't worry about it so much. And I was like, oh, thank you. You know, so I kind of got let off the hook a little bit there, which was very nice. You know, because I'm sat there thinking, oh God, I've got so much pressure. And then that happens. It's like all the weight's been lifted off my shoulders. Self-reflection is good, says Damon. I wish more people did it. If only my parents looked at their lives introspectively instead of ignoring all of their faults, maybe it would have turned out different. Nah. Meme says, recently, people lie a lot on the internet and it bothers me. People just ruin people's lives by chugging a word and a wall of names. That said, I'm the person I am because of all the bad and good things that's happened to me. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's weird. But when you have a load of bad stuff happen to you, you manage to get over it. It's really nice because it makes you grow up and makes you into the person that you are now. It's like, would I have gone through that again? And then that question is like, not so sure, you know, but I'm happy who I am now, you know. It's crazy. It's a lot of philosophical introspection and just being like, am I happy with myself? You know. Quite the opposite for me. My parents look in the past way too much as memes. I think the way I'm gonna like cap that bit. Welcome to Dave's TED Talk. I think the way that I look at it is like, I'm happy with who I am now, and I'm happy with the people I met because of everything, but I would definitely not like to go through what I went through again. And it definitely has not benefited me, mentally at least. So yeah, it's one of those things where if I could get to where I am now without all the trauma, I'd be very happy. You know, that would be a perfect scenario for me. But of course, not everything is that easy. It's funny because this actually stumbles into kind of how I wanted to start the Undertale animation, and I've got it actually on video, one of the streams for another part where we were prototyping and going through all the versions of stuff, and I was saying like, you know, it'd be interesting to talk about whether a person can change who they are, whether, you know, like a bad person can change to be good. And ironically enough, just as I was thinking about that before when I was like downstairs and whether I should do that again, I found a video where it's in my library. It's in my video library that was literally an Undertale fan film that I actually want to work into the animation now as like a little reference thing. Where is it? I'm trying to find the exact video so I can link people to it. Where is it? There's a bunch of other stuff. I've been watching a load of like meme videos for One Piece recently, so they're coming up now instead. Where is it? There it is. So there we go. Undertale, Are You Awake? Comic dub by Chi Chi. It's got 18k views. And yeah, the thumbnail of it is Azrael and Kara both sleeping. And it's 1 minute 13 long. And yeah, it's really good. It's basically just like Kara asking Azrael whether they think a bad person can change. And I'm like, this hits home so much. I might have to include that, you know, because it's just perfect. What Dreamcast game is your favorite? Sonic Adventure 1. Sonic Adventure 1. Absolutely love it. And then Crazy Taxi. Dang, he's based. It's Sonic Adventure 1, man. It's one of the best games on the console. Oh, and Phantasy Star as well. Phantasy Star Online. Crazy Taxi's peak because of the OST and the gameplay. Sonic Adventure 1 is great, and Phantasy Star Online is one of the best MMORPGs. I grew up the Dreamcast, those as memes. Yes, nice, nice. I absolutely love the Dreamcast. That's why I'm rocking the hoodie. It's all good. Also, the eyes are a little reference to the Sega Saturn. I'll see you later, memes, or if not, I'll see you in VR chat. Based. This is the funny thing about this avatar. I'll see you there. Okay, I'll see you later, memes. It's always good having all the community in here just to talk to while I'm doing this stuff, you know. Because even though some of the stuff on screen might not be amazing at the moment, trust me when I say when we actually get around to the proper update, it'll have all been worth it. Plus the interactions are just fun. Oh, I love the one thing I like about this project that one of the other community members, Voidly, talked about. Voidly was one of the people that uses a Sans avatar a lot, but also introduced the last update as the cursed version of Frisk, where the entire head of the model kind of explodes and goes crazy. But yeah, Voidly was saying something that I actually liked, that I didn't think about, because I've been not so much taking it for granted, but I've just never given it too much thought, which is basically like, it's funny how just through talking to me and me introducing people to my idea of doing this film, and doing all these animations and all this extra work and stuff, a lot of people have just met each other that they wouldn't have necessarily met originally and just started talking to each other more, and it's been cool just being that part of the community that's like almost like a nexus point where everybody just meets and goes, hey, yo, so what's going on, you know? I met you through Immersiontale, what's going on? And I'm like, that is pretty nuts, you know? And it's a pretty big deal as well. I've not really thought about it too much until like just the other day, where I was like, that is actually kind of a big deal that people are just kind of like meeting up and hanging out and having a good time, primarily just because I decided to introduce them to a animation project that I was doing. You know, pretty nuts. APB Fifi Plag says, what do you think the most soundtrack in Undertale or every fan game or alternatives like Indo or Black Apple? Do you mind rephrasing that one? Oh no, there we go. Sorry, I've read it wrong. What do you like the most soundtrack-wise? Undertale. I absolutely love Undertale's OST. It gets me every time. David says, yeah, learning and meeting everyone and learning new things that I can incorporate into myself is very interesting. Thanks for being the catalyst. It's all good, man, you know. It's like I said, I'm always super chill. I'm more than happy to help people and stuff and just genuinely be nice, you know. I like being approachable and just chatting to people. It's something I mentioned on one of the very first videos on this channel when it properly kicked off in, like, I think it was 2015 or something, where I actually started getting proper views, or I think it was just after that, where I was like, yeah, I just want to, this is when I was in the industry as well, I was just like, I just want to come home and do exactly what I've been doing at work, but at home, which is talk to people, have a laugh, talk to people about video games, anime, manga, you know, anything like that. I just want to relax and meet people and just have a nice chat. You know, and if I can keep doing that, then I'm all good. I want to keep things nice and chill. No politics, no nastiness in here. Just all chill. You know. You seem huggable. I love hugs, says Sammy. Who doesn't love hugs? Seriously, you can't trust anybody that doesn't like hugs. Oh, let's dot around a little bit more of this foliage. So much foliage in this room at the moment. I keep doing it. I'm like, all the green everywhere. Are you a fed? You don't like hugs, says Damon. Yeah, it's an easy way to tell if somebody's a fed, if they don't like hugs. Another one is if they don't like dogs. Like, if somebody genuinely doesn't like dogs or something, then there's something up with them, you know? That isn't me being serious, that's me joking. But genuinely, I know some people that are like that, where they're like, if you don't like dogs, then I can't trust you. Let's do 90 there. Unless you're a skeleton. Yeah, because of Papyrus with his bones getting stolen by Toby. That reminds me, for the newer parts of the animation, because I'm redoing large portions of this, like I said before, it's going to be funny to actually have Toby being included in this more. Let's do that there with that door frame. And then we'll just... I like trying to overlay some of these on top of each other. Okay. That moment where we've been streaming for what? How long? Almost 3 hours, right? And all I've literally done is place some things, tweak the lights, and place a lot more stuff. Kind of show you how long it takes when I'm trying to do all these placements of like 100 bits of moss or whatever. Hey Blair! Nice to see you! I know people like that, says Damon. Yeah, we've been doing really good with the ruins at the moment. There are a lot of people that are like, dude, I want to see what your take on the ruins is, the new one. I'm just sat here looking at stuff and being like, oh, this is so pretty. I keep on describing it as Minecraft, right? And the best way to... It's the best way I've thought of coming up and describing it. Because, like, if you've ever been, like, in Minecraft, which I assume a lot of people have, I don't know why I started the sentence like that. When you go in Minecraft, imagine, like, when you go in those caves where there are a lot of, like, vines hanging down from either the ceiling or whatever. Imagine that, but in Undertale's ruins. That's essentially what I'm doing. So it's like, the ruins now look a lot more old, and like the greenery is slowly reclaiming what was once there, you know? There's a lot of like greenery that's climbing over brickwork or is building up in areas because it's mossy or it's wet. And then of course you've got loads of glowing mushrooms everywhere because they're growing in damp areas or where there's foliage. It's It's so cool. I have a cool idea. It will be interesting if YouTube fans can choose their own way, like choose the genocide run or pacifist. Oh yeah, because this is a film. Obviously that won't happen, but I have had people turn around and be like, dude, after you've done the pacifist run, you want to do the genocide run? And I'm like, even though I've never played the genocide run and never will, I do have an idea that I keep mentioning on stream that would work for a genocide run, but it wouldn't be a genocide run as people expect. It would be heartbreaking for the most part, but then it would have a really satisfying beatdown at the end, you know. But yeah, I would never, I couldn't bring myself to even like do the genocide run in game because I'm just not like that. So animating that as well, or asking me to animate that, just no. I love all these characters to pieces, you know. There's no way I could do that to them. Ooh. Dave's too wholesome. Oh, thank you very much, Blair. There's honestly no way I could ever do a genocide run. It would always, it's like I've said before, if I was going to animate a genocide run, it would not be what people expect, which is Frisk and the player going around killing everything. It would be a case of, we don't see any of that, we are skipping straight to the Sans fight, and Frisk is laying the beat down on every other person, and it would be literally a whole thing of, it would take place in the multiplayer version of Undertale, you know, the mod. It'd be the modded version of Undertale, so there's other people there. And the idea is that everybody else through the entire run has picked genocide, and there's one player that's constantly been picking pacifist, and every single time they've had to watch everybody else just vote genocide, so they get outvoted right up until Sans, right? And right at Sans, when they're just about to engage the fight, or rather when they're just about to win, sorry, the player gets the one wish, which is just save and reset gets taken away from everybody else, and they're the only ones that have control over it. And then essentially it's just a never-ending, repeating beatdown of those players just getting beaten up like mad and filtered until they just don't play anymore. So it's a lot of them just getting absolutely slaughtered. Because I would not be able to animate everybody else. So it's essentially just the player, Frisk and Sans, just dunking on these other three players. That's the only way I could animate a genocide run. Hey, DTP. Placing all these vines here. Let's put that there. Blair, just wondering, because you're in here, do you talk much to, or do you have contact with Grape Juice, Asgore's voice actor? The only reason I'm asking is because I've tried contacting them, and I'm just getting nothing from them. The last time I actually talked and they responded was the 14th of the 7th. At 6 p.m. And that's because they were, I think they were moving house at the time, and yeah, they were unpacking and moving house, and I'm like, it's okay, I got plenty of time, I can wait. And I'm just wondering now, and I'm like, is everything okay? You know, yeah, I was just wondering whether you talked to them or not. I was just wondering whether members of the cast talk to each other at all or not, you know, because of you saying there's like another Discord that a lot of the VA community talk in. I was wondering whether... I never spoken to them in my life. Oh, okay. That's fine. It would just be being curious is all. Okay. I'm trying to completely overgrow the ruins now with a lot of these vines and bits of moss. Creeper's in that server, but never interacted with them. It's fine, it's fine. It's all good. I was just curious, that's all. I'm just checking they were alright, you know, because I've not talked to him since, like I was saying about a couple of months ago. I'm just like, are they okay? Are they safe? You know, that's the only thing I care about at the moment. It's like, are they safe? Are they okay? You know? Dude, my beard and my mustache is really itchy. I don't like that. I'm sat here like, no, itchy. But I can't get rid of them because my daughter likes them. She likes playing with my beard and grabbing onto it, so I'm just like, okay, the beard's staying. I can ask around if you like. Maybe someone in the server will know. Please, if you don't mind. I don't want to be like, or come across as like intrusive or whatever. It's just, the best way to describe it is, it's kind of like when somebody says to me, like for instance, I'm going to come round yours, I'll be there for like 6 PM or whatever. When they're not round by that time, I immediately start worrying. I'm like, are you okay? Are you okay? Is everything fine? You know, because I care about people, so, you know. I know it comes across as a little bit paranoid, or sometimes it can seem like I'm being pushy, and I don't mean it like that. It's just, I care a lot for other people, is all I'm saying. I don't know whether I word things right here or not. It's just, I care a lot for people, you know, outside of just being like, oh, can you help with this project? Genuinely, it's like, are you okay? You need help? Is everything fine? Right, there we go. Let's do another large moss plane there, and we'll just rotate it, make it look as though it bends around the corner. I'm just gonna have to, I really am gonna have to do that the avatar change for Halloween, where it's just like greater dog version of Dave, just for the joke. I'm gonna have to go and find a set of ears and put them on my avatar now. As I always say, you never bother. I just ask in the server before I go to bed in a bit. Thank you very much. Playing the ultimate horror experience on VR chat, says Damon, at McDonald's. Oh, dude, it's like an hour or two away before I have this meeting with Frisk's voice actress, Wally. Because she's at a birthday party. It's gonna be good if I can get Frisk's lines done tonight, or we can get Frisk's lines done. Then I can do the players' lines, and then all of the lines for the ruins are done outside of small sound effects tutorial, which I need from Z at some point, and then I can literally just animate the entire ruins and have them done. Oh, it's so happy to basically be at that point where we can be like, yeah, we were almost at the point potentially doing like Toby and dropping the ruins as a demo. You know. I'm just super excited. As normal, I'm just super excited. Let's go ahead here, put this moss on the floor. So many leaves around the place as well, that's gonna be cool. I wonder whether I can just like take the individual leaf texture and then just make a another plane and just scatter them around the floor so it looks as though the leaves have just been like blown around as well as being put into these bunches or these piles. That would be so awesome. I just realized I didn't import the save star yet because I'm too busy talking. Maybe Fifi Plag says, I'm gonna go to sleep because we're at it's 12th midnight. That's fine then. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I hope you've enjoyed. And have a good sleep as well. Bye! Okay, so we got that there. The question is, do I put moss on the back wall? Yes or no? I think I will, because I'm going ham with moss up in here now. Seriously, it's like it's over quite a lot of the surfaces, and I almost ended up hiccuping then. Like, wait. This literally should just be called like the moss update or something. Moss. Yeah, it's everywhere. Either that or just do a joke and be like the ruins update sponsored by large amounts of moss. Call it the moss update. Or either that or do like a joke where we open with that, where it's like the moss update, and then just like scratch out moss and just write the ruins over it in like red pen or something. That would be so funny. And then just like in brackets put featuring large amounts of moss. I like doing silly stuff like that for the updates because it always makes people laugh. Right, I think I was gonna say that's enough moss, but it's never enough moss. I need to put at least some extra moss in the doorway that leads to Napstabluke. Oh my god, sorry. Shotgun sneeze. Not what I like. Oh my god, I do not like doing that at all. And it probably just like peaked the mic there as well. And because I sneezed into my hands, and I need to go wash my hands and clean my glasses. Bless you, thank you very much. I'm literally just going and washing my hands. You probably hear this. I'm leaving the microphone on while I do it. Oh, that was terrible. I'm sat there and I'm like, oh, I'm fine. My mustache was itchy, and then next minute I just sneeze everywhere. Yeah. We good. Just gotta wash my hands. There's gonna be an ASMR stream for a little bit. That update where Dave washes his hands on stream. And then cleans his glasses. We good. I'm breathing on my lenses there so I can clean them. This is the advantage of having like a really expensive microphone that's wireless that you can just take everywhere. Okay. Here we go. It was rather quiet, Sammy. Oh, it was crazy. I don't like those shotgun sneezes. But yeah, we're gonna jump back into this now. We're so close to catching up to where the actual original ruins is, you know, like tutorials. If I keep hammering away at the ruins, as in doing like 1 or 2 rooms per day, or just trying to do as much as I can, then I reckon, let's think, what day is it now? Wednesday. By the 1st of October, I might actually be done. Or if I want to set a little bit more reasonable deadline, maybe like 3rd or 4th, at a more relaxed pace. If I decide I want to take a bit of a break. Yeah, that's fast. primarily because of me having all the textures on hand and stuff. Yeah, that means that then I'll be able to waterfall, and then once waterfall is done, then every single environment will have been upgraded apart from Snowdin, because Snowdin obviously didn't need it. Apart from maybe the odd touch up on the ice that's there at the moment, but apart from that, yeah, we'd be basically at the point where it's like, yeah, everything's done, we got it all worked out, waterfall just needs to be done. And then once that's done, then everything visually should be like peak. As in, like, I'll be super happy with it. One thing that I'm going to spoil a little bit, and this is just an idea as well, so I might not end up doing it. But one of the cool things I've been thinking of for a little bit of a trailer idea when I want the final trailer to come out is doing slow shots of like all the characters and the different environments and stuff, and playing the Ready Player One version of what is it? I'm trying to remember the song name now. What is it? It's a cool song that they used for the trailer of Ready Player One. No, is it? Imagination. It was used in Willy Wonka as well. But yeah, Pure Imagination from Ready Player One. It's done by Ghostwriter Music. And it's got 9.6 million views 5 years ago from HD Soundini on YouTube. But it's so good. Just having that play in the background would be brilliant. But I'll probably, instead of doing that, I will probably use one of the Undertale songs, or like see if I can get a cover from somebody. That reminds me, we're thinking of another idea that I wanted to try, and I thought I'd just pass it by you while you're here. Trying to get, oh, wait a minute. I haven't turned the avatar on, have I? I am still off. Oh my god. Yeah. Give me a sec. We good? we good? Who stole my avatar? I vanished into the shadow realm. It's fine. I'm back. Yeah, one of the other ideas I had was, reaching out to Nyx the Shield and seeing whether they wanted to do any, like, stuff, because that would be pretty cool. But I think Nyx has already done a lot of different types of, like, takes of the Undertale soundtrack. I wonder whether I can reach out to them for that, or whether I should. We shall see. I want to try and reach out to as much of the community as possible and just be like, let's all get in on this. It's all fun and games, and everything's going really well right now. So why not? Let's commit to getting this done as much or as best as we can. Let's try and camouflage the seam of this wall here. Trying to do is camouflage it with a little bit of vines, because it might work if I do it right. Let's just try this. From that angle, that actually doesn't look too bad. Okay. A lot of this vine stuff is like really, really nice for me to do. It's somewhat really therapeutic, or it's weird. It's like relaxing to be placing like vines and foliage all over the place. Ooh. Right, let's see if I can separate these two faces. Even before I find out I'm like streaming the wrong window and I find out I've spoiled like most of the update. But no! No! Let's try that. Do do do. Do 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 do. No, you're good, says Damon. Thank you very much, Damon. Oh, it would be really crazy if I did that again by accident. I'm sat here like, it's okay, it's all good. And the next minute I'm like, ah! No! Do 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 do. Yeah, okay. This room at the moment doesn't look too bad, but it could look better. That's the key thing. It could look better, so we're good. We'll tell you if you screw up. It's the one thing I'm not used to streaming, like 2 versions of Blender at the same time. That's why I'm making mistakes, because it's like, dude, am I streaming the right one here? And then I'm going through the motions in my head of being like, okay, this is what I should do, this is what I should press. I'm not realizing that I'm checking stream, and the next minute, like, half the level's being exposed in, like, its current new state, and I'm like, then all of a sudden I have a panic attack. I swear I'm gonna have a heart attack at this rate before I'm 40. Ooh. Or like the other day when my dad was turning around and being like, so the male life expectancy roughly is about 53, and I'm like, why are you telling me this? Please don't, not on stream. Yeah, I hope I don't. No. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do. I absolutely love this soundtrack. This soundtrack and the Undertale soundtrack are probably my favourite soundtracks. And then I've got some other ones that are really good, but emotionally. Ooh. Ooh, can I just... That's not too bad if I place that there and then just mirror that on the y-axis. And then hide that a little bit to get this looking different, just slightly. I'm trying to make it so like the textures that I'm using aren't immediately apparent, the way that I'm just copying and pasting certain things and then like placing them in different locations to make neat and interesting looking bits of foliage or designs and stuff. It's like if I can place it in such a way that it doesn't look like it's being repeated too much, then I've done a really good job. You know, so that's like an art form in its own. Because what I'm doing here is I'm literally just placing all these vines and pieces of moss on the walls and trying to position them in the right locations. You're not seeing any of that because you're in the top window, so you're just seeing me overall move things around a little bit, and you're like, wait, what? But this is all like really cool sort of work that I'm doing to try and make everything look as natural as it can do. Let's place that about there. And then go from the floor again here. Ooh. Oh. Think we're good. Just give me a sec. I might need to go running again just a moment. Can't see anything for a moment. I'll just let you know I'm just dealing with some stuff right now. I shall be back momentarily. I'm back. I'll explain as well in a moment. I just got myself a drink, but that wasn't what I went away for. Oh, and the music is no. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I'll put the Leroy avatar back on. Where we at? There we go. Yeah, no. The reason for that is, or the reason why I ran away for quite a long period of time. My daughter has had a little cough for a while now. And, you know, it's just a little every so often. And we thought nothing of it. And this is going on like a couple of months now. Bearing in mind she's about 4, almost 5 months old. And we'd been told a bunch of times that it was no big deal. You know, babies just cough from time to time from like everybody. And recently it started getting worse. And we kind of got worried a little bit more about it. So I'm just going downstairs to check up on everything. And it's a case of whether we have to take her to the hospital or not. So I'm more leaning towards let's just go to the hospital, but not like right now. Might be tomorrow. But yeah, it's just, you know, it's making sure she's all right. And the one of the ways that will make me a little bit more comfortable is going to the hospital. So yeah, probably do that tomorrow or something. But I hope she's all right. Hope she's all right. It's just the whole thing of we're both of us, me and my partner, are just sat there going, okay, what do we do? How bad is it? Is she okay? You know, and keeping an eye on her. So it took a little while to do that. And then while we were trying to figure stuff out and talking between each other, I was like, I'll just get myself a drink real quick. So I just got myself a little latte. But yeah, I'm of the opinion of we're going to the hospital, you know, so yeah. Don't stress out too much. I try not to. It's the whole thing of, the best way to describe it is, with a baby, you always want to make sure that you're not stressing out, and also you always want the best answer, the quickest, you know. So for instance, if something's wrong, it's like, dude, give me the answer that I need right then and there. And for me, that is, instead of putting like an appointment in with the local GP and then spending days waiting for the GP only to tell us something that might not necessarily be accurate, I'm just like, dude, let's just go down the hospital. We'll be there for like a few hours, but at least it'll get sorted, you know. So that's my opinion at the moment, is just we probably will end up down the hospital, but everything should be good after. What doesn't help is doctors giving you conflicting information. So like originally we were told, oh, you can't overfeed your baby. So we just fed her loads, and then it's like, oh no, you can overfeed your baby if you bottle feed her. You're like, oh, well, you didn't tell us that. You just said you just can't overfeed your baby. So of course, then the baby got overfed, and then she got cranky, and it was not nice. And there have been a couple of instances like that where we've had like multiple different bits of wrong information that have resulted in things being really stupid or whatever. So I'm just like, dude, just sort this out for us, you know? Sort this out, make sure she's okay. I don't have to worry about her then, and then everything's fine. So yeah, it's just something that's gonna have to be sorted as soon as possible to make sure that there's nothing wrong. So yeah, apart from that, we're all doing fine. It's all good. It's just a case of making sure that she gets seen to and gets the right treatment as soon as possible, so that we're not waiting, because waiting in England is, it takes a lifetime, you know, to do anything. So it's pretty nuts. So yeah. Let's take these vines over here. But yeah, a lot of that stuff is like delegating or talking it out between both parents and being like, look, what do you want to do, you know? The worst thing is we have this doctor that I don't want to see again, and the baby doesn't want to see again. He's a complete moron. He literally just does not care. the first time I saw him is when it was just for a general checkup, and this was after I'd only just started getting my arms working again after rehabilitation for damaging them really badly. And I was explaining that, you know, basically because of my disability, I was finding it really hard to get a job, and that was causing depression. And his literal way of talking to me was, well, do you have no pride then? You know, and I'm like, wait, what? You know, it's just totally taking me by surprise. I didn't know what to say. He's like, yeah, do you have no pride? Is that why you don't want a job? And I'm like, dude, I'm disabled. I can't get a job as easy as everybody else. He's like, yeah, but no pride? And I'm like, what an ass. You know? And I told Jen, and she was like, that's not good. And then when we went recently to deal with her, because there was something else that we were concerned about recently to do with like the baby's bottom lip or something that somebody else had told us to ask about. We asked about that, and we'd done everything in order for the baby at the time. Like, she'd had her vaccines the same day, so she was feeling a bit off and a bit cranky. Of course, she's crying a little bit. Because obviously, who likes injections? Answer, nobody. No. So we're sat there in the doctors, and this guy, we just happened to get unlucky and see him. And I'm like, wait a minute, is that the guy again? The asshole that saw me the last time? And sure enough, it took me a little while. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's him. And he's there like, why is the baby crying? And we're like, because she's feeling ill? And he's like, have you fed her? And Jen's like, yeah, we fed her before she came here. He's like, have you changed her? We're like, yeah, we did that too. He's like, I don't know why she's crying. Picks her up from like under her arms, like Lion King style, and just looks at her and is like, why are you crying? It's just like, dude, are you really a doctor, or do you just like not care? And then he's like, I can't see any problems with her. And then just was like, no, you can go now, bye. I'm like, what the hell? So he's not even really a doctor by the looks of it, or at least he just wants people to just come into his office. He do nothing about it, and then just throws you out, you know? So we were just like, what the hell? So, yeah, I've put down a complaint and just said, look, I don't want to see this doctor again. He's a complete asshole. You know, the people at the medical center were like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, I don't want to see this guy. Don't want any of my family seeing this guy again because he's useless. You know, so fun times. Damon says, hope it's not a bad time, but I found a level set around the USS Sulaco with a dropship, ABC, and power loader. Ooh, nice. Some doctors can be jackasses. When I dislocated my arm once, my doctor got stuff with me, grabbed me by both ends of my arm and relocated everything, and it didn't heal right. Dude, that's totally not what you do. Oh my god, but of course you know that already, Damon. Oh my god. What a dick. I hate doctors like that seemingly don't give a damn. Did you turn it off and on again? The doctor says X-Ram. Hey, X-Ram. Yeah, that's... the hell, man. You know, you go to a doctor's because you think, something's wrong with me, I just want it sorted. And then they act like an absolute douchebag, you know. Funny thing was, when we went the playgroup for the baby the other day as well, ironically enough, I told we were talking to the ladies at the playgroup about this, like the organizers and the other mothers about this, and just this guy being a douchebag, and they were just like, yeah, I wouldn't bother seeing him, he sounds like a complete moron. So it's not just us as well, so it's nuts. It's like, I don't even like being nasty and talking about people like that, but this guy literally is just completely unlikable and clearly just wants to or at least seemingly just wants people to walk in, be an easy fix, and then walk out so he doesn't have to do anything or doesn't have to do much. You know? Or at least that's the kind of impression that he gives. It's like, Dude, if you're gonna do that, why even be a doctor in the first place? You know. Fun times. Let's try nerve for this. Sorry if you can hear me taking a sip from my cup, by the way. I did not intend for you to hear every moment of me drinking, but I obviously do need to drink while I'm on stream. I'm just having a nice warm drink at the moment while also putting this moss everywhere. Moss and vines. I've only got to do it for another 4 more areas, and then I've got to put mushrooms everywhere and then tweak the lighting and we should be good. Exam says, I had a friend, an older gentleman, that went to a doctor because of a headache, and the doctor goes, okay, I'm gonna give you this thing. If nothing changes, come back next week. This exact combo happened 3 more times. Dude. Doctors, man. The thing is, my dad came up with a funny saying for doctors recently, and I kind of agree with him. Doctors call what they do practice, because they have no clue what it is that's up with you, and they practice until they get it right. You know, it's more or less just hit and miss with a doctor, which is rough, but like going to a hospital, at least they can do like proper like scans on you and take blood or whatever and find out exactly what's wrong with you. And luckily enough for a kid, like apparently going to a hospital for a kid is like top priority, and the kids ward is not as packed as an adult one, so you can basically go there and get seen to really quickly. So unlike the adult ward where you could be waiting like 12 hours or something to see somebody, instead like the kids ward, it's just like you're there a couple of hours at most, like 2 to 3, and then you're back home again, and you don't have any worries. So yeah, like, come on, man. It just makes a load of sense to me to instead just be like, yeah, we'll just go to the hospital, get it sorted as soon as possible, then there's no issues. Oh, I copied instead of duplicating there. The thing is with parenting as well, until you actually have a kid, you just think, oh, it'd be super easy. But a lot of it is literally kind of like just trying to decide on what's best at that point and trying to judge how bad you think a situation is. You know, so it's a little bit of backwards and forwards between me and the wife, and just being like, look, we good here, we need to go to the hospital, and because the hospital has basically said like, yeah, look, even if you're not quite sure, just come down to us. My immediate thing is just, let's get in the car, let's go to the hospital, you know, as soon as we can. So I even joked at one point and said we should just sell the house and buy one right next to the hospital at this point, you know. Right, let's move that moss there. Egram says, then the doctor told him, okay man, nothing's working, so I'm gonna give you the very best thing in the market. And it actually worked, and my friend told him angrily why he took so long to give him that. Yeah, it's like, some doctors will just try everything to avoid helping you, or they'll do the whole thing where it's like, it seems that way at least, but what they're actually doing is they have like a checklist of things in order of what they should try, and they're like, okay, we'll try the weaker stuff and see if it works, and then we'll move up, and then we'll move up, and the idea is they slowly narrow down what it is if they don't have a good idea of it. It's like, with me and my nose, I've been complaining since about 2016 that my nose doesn't work. I've mentioned it on stream a bunch of times, primarily because of chemicals that were used in the place that I was working, which was security at the time. And and it's just messed up my nose to the point where I don't actually have any sense of smell or hardly any sense of smell. And doctors put me on meds for that was really stupid, because at one point they're like, okay, we're going to give you these meds, we think they're going to help, and they literally were just like making me drowsy all the time. Bearing in mind, I was driving with this as well. They're like, yeah, you need to take this. And I was in work as well, so it's like, I can't take these when I'm driving, but when I take them at work, I'll still be drowsy when I'm leaving work, so therefore I can't really take them. And they're making me dizzy as well. It was like, dude, I ain't taking these. And then some of the side effects as well, it's just like, this is not good. Give me something else that clearly works and doesn't make me ill, you know? I just hate the way that they do that, where it's like, essentially it is the whole thing of just, it's like gacha. You're rolling to hopefully get the right cure. And if you don't, well then, yeah, it's too bad. You're just stuck waiting for them to get the right answer. It's like, dude, this is so not good. No. Sammy says it's not easy. Just having a little bro and seeing my mum go through everything she does for him. She does so much for all 5 of the kids, man. She's a trooper for that. Yeah, dealing with 5 kids has got to be a lot, you know. Exram says, the doctor extended my friend's pain for a month unnecessarily. God. It's like, I understand they don't always have the answer then and there. But it's like, when it seems so simple like that, like, come on, what are we doing here, you know? So many vines, so many vines. I'm cheating on some of these doorways, and by that what I mean is I'm putting like a glow effect on them, and then having it so the glow effect affects a little bit of the area around it, so it makes it look as though the doorway is glowing and there's light beyond it, and then it just makes everything light up a little bit better. It's pretty cool. How's the project coming along? It's doing great, Xram. The ruins are looking really good. I can't wait to show them off. I'm getting a lot of the voice actors coming back to me and giving me lines, which is really good. I just had a meeting today where Flowey and Asriel's voice actor did the waterfall lines and then did the lines leading up to the Omega Flowey boss fight, which means that technically, as long as I can get Toriel, Undyne, Alphys, and a couple of the others voiced, then technically you could see a neutral run really fast. But it's the whole thing of like, I need to wait on the other characters and not be too pushy. But yeah, it's going good, and I've got another meeting with Frisk's voice actress in either another hour or so. I think so. It's all going good. Meanwhile, I'm just doing the ruins and getting them upgraded, and everything's looking pretty cool. I'll show you a little bit of it without spoiling in a moment, because what I can do is I can put it on solid view and show you what's been going on. Solid view just allows me to show you how many different planes I've been posting here. Plus the water effects are really nice now. I've got it. It's like the water effects are faked really nicely so that everything looks really cool. So that's going to be good to show them off in the update and just have everybody be like, oh, wow, you know, trying to make it look as magical as I can. Sammy says, that reminds me of how we found out my little bro had arthritis. Jeez. She had to go out of state just to find a doctor because we thought there was something seriously wrong because of knee pain. His lymph nodes would swell and he would get random bumps on his joints and neck. Ooh, rheumatoid arthritis. That's still pretty bad. Like, I wouldn't wish arthritis on anybody because of how bad it is. You know, but normally when I think of arthritis, I think of, like, people getting it as they grow older, not, like, really young. You know, it's partially why when people were saying to me, like, dude, think you have arthritis, when I did my arms in and my wrists, when they were bust and I couldn't do anything, people were like, you've got arthritis. I was like, it can't be that. It really can't be, you know, because of the assumption that mainly you can only get it as you grow older, when I know it's not the case. You can actually get it a lot younger. Do that wall there. And then I just need to do a couple more in this room, place the mushrooms, and then I need to do the candy. The candy is going to be interesting. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll show this off a little bit and hopefully get the right window here so I don't screw it up. It runs on my dad's side of the family, says Sammy. I have it in me and it's been starting to pop up. It's been dormant for years, but my bro is only 5. Ooh, jeez. Yeah, again, I wouldn't wish arthritis on anybody because I know how bad it can get, because a couple of my family have had it. It can get especially nasty. Okay, so what we got here is every single one of these little planes that we're seeing is moss or vines or something, and then this little thing here, this is a pile of leaves in the corner. Obviously I'm not going to show it you because that would ruin the fun and the stuff, but again, we can see when going down here, I've got these pillars lined up. You can see how much moss I've put down and roughly where the patterns are and all the mushrooms that go along with them as well. Imagine all these mushrooms are glowing and there's light coming off them. That's kind of how I've placed these at the moment. So you can see the moss going up the wall there and the ivy and everything. Cat says hello, says Sammy. Oh, nice. Yeah, you can't get rid of arthritis as well, which is one reason I wouldn't wish it on anybody. But yeah, we've got, as we go down, we've got more mushrooms. I've tried to make them look as though they're like growing up the walls and everything here. You can just about see that. We got little tiny mushrooms, then we've got some bigger ones. Sometimes they go up the moss here, like in this case. There's like moss on the wall there, and they grow up the moss and light up the entire area. And then over here, we've got it looking kind of like it's hanging off the roof there as we go through this bit of the hallway. And then the room that I'm currently working on, just give me a sec, because that was flickering back there before. Oh, I know why, it's because of distance. When we go into this room, this is the room that we started in, if you remember rightly, from the beginning. And I worked back to the other room and went from there. This is the room that I'm currently doing. The idea is that I've got all this moss hanging off here. We've got some of these other bits of moss, as you can see, that I've placed around, and some vines all over the place. Again, I'm placing so many moss planes and vines, it's so ridiculous. We've got all these bits of like leaves just brushed up and brushed into the corner and things. And over here we've got some more moss. We're not going to see Frisk going through there, but it's at least done to give the illusion that it continues on into the next area. But then what I've got to do is back here, I've got to put the water effect in that entire room. And I've got to also put some more moss in there and the candy pedestal. Damon says, I'm going to head to bed. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you very much, Damon. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I shall see you next time. Yeah, got to light that up as well, and we got to place... Oh, my model may go funny here with the tracking for a moment while I'm taking off my glasses to rub my eyes. We're going to have to put a load of pile of leaves, is that what I'm saying? Yeah, the piles there, those are meant to be leaves. Can I actually just... There's going to be a little spoiler here. There we go. You can see the leaf texture there. That's not bad. That's not a spoiler. That's literally just like showing off the leaves. But yeah, those are all piles of leaves. Same way that all of these boxes on the walls are vines and stuff. So I just need to detail this room and then do the candy one, and then this entire section is done. Which is really good, because then I can move on to the next bit, which is Muffet's area. Not Muffet's area, sorry. The Napsterbook fight and the bake sale. To which the bake sale is going to look badass with all the new effects that I can do. Excuse me. So yeah, I just need to put that there again, do that. My cat is trying to eat my pencil. No, kitty. You spoiled me, Dave. You showed me coloured leaves in the exam. What I'm trying not to do, by the way, I know I'm just going to confirm this for the sake of it, even though I don't need to. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stop me from showing what will be the final version. You know, so like the lighting, the way that the materials reflect the lighting and the overall atmosphere, plus all the other details that are done via the textures and the materials. I obviously don't want to show that off. That's why I'm just doing the grayscale thing at the moment. But yeah, just trying not to do that is pretty hard. What we're working on here is obviously this room. I need to import save point. But essentially where we've got like this small set of vines on the walls in Toby's version, what I've done is just made it a little bit more overgrown because we can't see some of the other walls. So I've just done that anyway. You want cat scenes? Oh, it's cat scones, Dave, says Sammy. Oh, you cat biscuits. Because the cat's making biscuits. It's always fun when cats do that, when they're just like, they just start kneading something. And then I need to do a wall of moss here, which will have some mushrooms around it. And then I need to do the pedestal here for the candy thing. And then I need to put some leaves around it like this. And then I need to do the water effect in here, which will be so cool because we'll have it reflecting off the walls and everything and the floor a little bit. And the roof. It looks so nice. So we'll do that in the other file now. Yeah, placing everything takes so long, primarily because of the simple fact of there's so much of it. Like, I'm actually glad I'm going into this amount of detail, but at the same time, it's like, it takes a lot of time. You know, as you can tell by me doing this for like 4 hours. What I'm doing here, which we can't see in this one, I'm trying to place more stuff in the room, so we'll do it that way. So you can see all the mushrooms come in. This is a mushroom at the moment. I have a specific blanket on my bed that she makes biscuits on, says Sammy. That's cute. Just making sure I'm in the right window here. I think I am. Let's just... Yeah, I am. So what I want to do here is anywhere there's moss really and there's a little bit of light, I want to throw down these mushrooms just so the mushrooms look like they're growing out of the small bits of like the piles of leaves in other areas. That's going to look cool. But yeah, the amount of mushrooms I've put in here. I've put more mushrooms in this one level and vines and moss. I've put more of those in here than there are vents in Hotland. There's like 70 odd vents in Hotland, and I've put like over 100 odd mushrooms in this one part. Like, oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh. My bottle breaks then while I'm drinking the last of my latte though. I can't wait to see what bucket of candy you choose. What I'm thinking of doing is literally just borrowing a bunch of models, you know, like I normally do. It's like, yeah, I'll just try and source as much as I can. That way, it's pretty easy. I might even have a laugh and just do, if you're familiar with like Viva Pinata for the Xbox, I honestly might just get the textures and the models for the candy from Viva Pinata. No, and use that. Because I think that'd be pretty cool. How old is Viva Pinata now, actually? I'm trying to think. Hang on. I swear it's like 2008, 2007 maybe? Oh my god, 2006. In another 3 years, that'll be like, what, 20 years old? Oh my god, that one's interesting, considering Viva Pinata was really big. And it had a unique art style as well. Haven't heard of that game in years as X-Ram. I know, right? That's deep cutting some people. Like, so remember Viva Pinata? And everyone's like, dude, I'm having a flashback. It's kind of sad when you think about it, because like, it kind of tells you the time period that I'm kind of stuck in. Will you have butterscotch? We're having butterscotch pie. Butterscotch and cinnamon pie. It's kind of telling that when I'm stuck in that kind of time period where I honestly think that like 2006 was just yesterday. But then again, that was because that was around about my favorite time period as well. Specifically, that's when I was pretty much getting ready to go to college and then university. You know, I had a lot of fun. So it's like, yeah, I'm practically stuck in the mindset of, yeah, that was just yesterday. It's why I keep saying to people, it's why, you know, even though I am pretty old now, it's like, I'm still stuck in that mindset of, yeah, I might be old physically, or older physically, but mentally I'm still that age, you know? I don't think I've ever got out of that. So it's like, it's whatever, you know? Oh. It's just a shame that I'm thinking like that, and I'm like, oh my god, that was so fun, that time period, but it's like, come on. My mind is still in the food court at the local mall where I grew up, says Instagram. Younger at heart, man, says Sammy. Indeed. You know, it's like, it depends on how you're brought up. You don't necessarily have to, you know, apart from obviously having a kid and stuff, I'd say that you can still have fun when you're older and not necessarily have to mature like everybody else. You can still enjoy yourself as if you never properly like grew up or whatever. I think it all depends on your situation. You know, it all depends on your situation and how it affects you. Ooh. Let's try and do this. But yeah, I definitely feel like I've been stuck in the same sort of like time span between about 2006 and 2009 roughly for ages. So it's pretty funny and telling. Oh, let's just do that, and then we'll do 300 for each of these lights. And see how that affects everything. 300. what I'm trying to do is not have too many lights, but the ones that I do have, I want them to be pretty strong so that they can light up everything. Okay, that's not actually too bad at the moment. Might need to do another ambient. Let's just move that across. Let's see if you can do that from about there. Turning off the shadows for that? Oh, if I turn off the shadows, it's like super bright. Can I just like 80, 60? Yeah, that's not too bad. If you put shadows on everything and it has to calculate from everywhere, then it goes crazy. I might have to recalculate some of these shadows, it depends. Either that or I might have to tweak the lighting depending on the render, because I've got lights and shadows coming off like everything here. Yeah, that doesn't seem too bad for that room. No, it's just a case of tweaking some stuff, making sure everything's okay. What I'll do is, this will be the first instance of Frogget moving around, and maybe us seeing a little spider here and there and some Whimsum. And then later on we'll actually get to see them properly interacting, but for now we'll just kind of allude to it. Or at least hint at it. Let's do ruins textures. No, it's going to be Frogget. Emissive, and then eyes 2. Frogget has some interesting eyes, which I've mentioned before, where they basically glow a little bit. And the only reason for that is monsters need to see in the dark. They have a neat magic which allows them to do that, but it makes their eyes glow at the same time. Just a little bit, which is really cool. I gotta grab my pencil sharpener. My cat looked at me dead in the face, half the eyes closed, just aggressively mad biscuits, bro. What the heck? This is honestly looking pretty nice right now in here. Pretty cozy. Let's just rotate some of these models. Okay. And then I've got to get some variety as well, so we're going to shove more of these tiny mushrooms in the scene to make everything look a little bit more natural. Cats are very smart. They know what they want, says Sammy. I want to know how many mushrooms I've placed after I do all of this, because this is nuts now. No joke, in this one area it's going to be like 200 mushrooms or something stupid. Oh, I'm opening the window a little bit more there. It's like, excuse me? Yeah, okay. Exram says mushroom abundance. Who else is still here, says Sammy? Exram and Sammy, I think, you're the only two here? Maybe? No, it depends if anybody else speaks up. I know some people are waiting for me in VR chat as well, so... Some people are like, dude, where you at? I'm like, I'm doing streaming. I'll be there eventually. Memes may have the window still open, or maybe in VR chat. I do not know. Because I know they had the window open the other day for a while. Let's just take some of these mushrooms from one of the other locations and just copy and paste them across. That way I don't have to do much. Sounds really lazy of me, but actually it's more of like me being smart and reusing bits that I've already done that look okay in other areas. Let's try and do that. We'll just raise that slightly. I've grabbed in it. John is here in spirit and in our hearts, says Exam. Indeed. He was here before. I don't know whether he got a little bit upset or what. He was well, he had a bit of a headache and I think he was just feeling a bit down. I just hope he's alright. So many mushrooms. Seriously, so many mushrooms. Right, let's just place these last mushrooms and then away we go. I'll copy one of the other formations of mushrooms. Let's do that one. I'd like to say that I've done all of these uniquely, but I really haven't. Some of them I've copied, but it's no big deal. I'm glad I've split this up into segments now because it makes it like a little bit easier at least on me to do as much detailing as possible and then still obviously animate stuff. Mirror on the x-axis. It'll just be that last room to do after this, I think. Undertale is located in the Mushroom Kingdom underground. Like I was saying before, the whole reason for the mushrooms is literally just to give a reason as to why there's glow in certain corners of the level. That way I can explain how I've lit it up. Yeah, it's pretty nuts just seeing like all the mushrooms everywhere and just be like, dude, what? Din Din is served, says Sammy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly go check on my daughter and then I'll be back. So just give me a moment. I'm just gonna go on a bit of a walk. I'll try and keep my voice down. Okay. Jan, I'm still on stream. Are you okay? How is everything? She's okay. I'll double check on her in a moment. Right there. I'll get back to doing stuff before my meeting. I just thought I'd come down and check up on stuff. Oh, by the way, everybody might want to say hi to you, so.
Hello.
Right. Let's go say hi to the baby. She's good. Yeah, she's getting a good rest. I think it's primarily because she's just completely knackered, you know, because of her hardly sleeping today. So, should be good. Anyway, I'll get the gun. See you later. Coming back upstairs. Oh, fun times. Do 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 do. Hello, Jen. Happy wishes to X-Ram. Do do do. Dave 2023. Indeed. And we're back. So yeah, I do my, because I stay up, obviously, to do work on this, but also part of it is checking on my daughter. So, what tends to happen is when I'm awake and the wife is asleep, I'll just go downstairs and take an eye on both of them and make sure they're both okay. Fun times. Right, time to do this other room. What I need to do is I need to have fake caustics on it. Caustics are basically what makes the area look like it's been lit up by water properly. So if I do an add here, I need to also move out of this room. When you look at this room now, you can see just how many like little details and other things are in here now, including... Oh no, it hasn't updated properly. Interesting. There's a lot of like mushrooms in here though. You can see them like there and stuff. So we're going into this room. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a water effect on here that you won't be able to see until the update, but it's going to be really cool. Guess my cat doesn't know good food when she smells it. It's my mum's cooking not good enough for Sammy. Let's try handy room caustics. So now I have to basically model the entire room again. To model it twice. Oh. Let's just hide this for a moment just to make sure. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Let's just double check this detail here in this. Oh, okay. So maybe I should wait for a moment because I'm gonna have a trim that goes around the wall there, because when you look, you've got the brick here. Oh, you got the bricks. And then there's a small trim there. I'm going to have that trim go all the way around. So, it's going to be interesting. Let's just copy and paste. No. What we'll do is, for this, the only copy and pasting I'll be doing is duplicating the entire room for a moment. The reason for this is so I can accurately get this geometry. Oh, where is it? So I've just copied the room, right? Then what we're going to do is we're going to take the room and we're going to cut it. And the reason why is we're going to do that trim physically. It's going to be a unique model. And that way we can detail it up as much or as little as we want. Just going to check, does the rest of the room have that? Or... Oh my god, it does. Okay, so at least I know I'm doing all of it, because the rest of the room has it there. So it's something that I've missed out on, but it's no big deal. So what we do here is we're going to take this and we'll detail it about this much. You won't be able to see this. That's the only problem. You'll be able to see it when I extrude it. I reckon about the... Let's see, how tall is Friskentorial? I go there. Frisk's knees are about there, so if I... Okay, so up to the second one. Yeah, I've got that about right. What we then do is take all of this. We'll just separate it so it's a completely separate model. Because we're going to do the trim by hand. Everything's going to look awesome. Oh. Yeah, the trim is a little detail that I like doing, primarily because it just gives the space a little bit more 3D look to it, you know, and makes it not look like a bunch of flat textures on boxes. So, we'll take that, separate that, and then we delete the original, so we just go up. Then what we have essentially here that it's highlighting is the mesh for the trim. What we've done is we've taken the room, cut out a certain amount on it, and then said, look, this is its own separate model, so it's all flat surfaces from the room now. Sammy says, my cat is just staring at me as I eat food. So what we're going to do is here, get it take this, select it all, and then we're going to extrude faces along normals. And what this does is, it tells it that I want this to be 3D at a certain angle. In this case, along the same direction as everything else. So if we just extrude that out a little bit. Your work ethic is insane, says Exram. What, for the little details, or? We go this way. So there we go. We got the trim in 3D there. And what this essentially says is, look, this is all this cool trim that we've got, and we're going to edit it. Nope, let's just make sure all of this is correct now, as in it's all lined up and none of it is everything, man. See, the thing is, it's like, I've built this up over time, so I kind of just work like this, and I don't realize. So if anything's like super special, or anything's like really crazy, it's kind of stuff that I've got used to, so. Ooh. Let's do this. Thing is, and this is the sad part about this is stuff that I've self-taught myself over many years, and I was kind of thinking of doing at one point for a profession. I've just not been able to use it anywhere. It's like this kind of attention to detail and the way that I treat everything is untapped potential, which I might use on my indie game, you know, that I'm still making and I will be doing after this. It's just a lot of untapped potential. It's like, if only somebody could use this. Because you've seen how I'm detailing everything and how crazy I'm going into depth with this. It's like, dude, it's just kind of sad that nobody has found a use for this, you know? Yeah, my indie game that I'm doing, I've been doing it for a while. It's a horror game where you have to survive the night in a old, abandoned facility as the security guard, but because it's in England, you can't fight back, and you only have a flashlight, and the enemies will chase you, and will more or less hunt you down like on Alien Isolation. And the idea is you have to be very careful of where you use lights and everything, because the idea is that they react to stuff, and the idea is you have to unlock places and try and get the power back on. It's kind of like Dino Crisis. It's got the PlayStation 1 art style to it, and my idea is I still want to develop it and try and get it out, but my idea is I need to then go back and do another idea, which is when you turn on a light switch, the AI will see that and be like, holy crap, and then go and turn it off again because they want to be in pure darkness. So you could go into a room and be like, okay, I've been in here, I'll leave the light on, and then the AI might come in, see the lights on, and be like, hey, no, and turn it off. And then when you come back and see the lights off, it's like, oh, somebody's been through here. You know, so it's a lot of like playing around with lights and stuff like that. It's a huge game of cat and mouse basically between you and the AI. It's basically like Five Nights at Freddy's mixed with Alien Isolation, and then give it PlayStation 1 art style. Oh yeah, your game, I forgot about that, says Exram. That's because I've just been doing everything else on top of it, and obviously because I've ruined my arms, I couldn't do any coding during that time. But it's going to be fun to pick that back up and do that project and get it finished, because it's so cool. I just want to get it finished and out there so I can turn around and be like, I did a game! You know, but it'll require a lot of testing and stuff, because I still need to implement stuff like the AI knocking over barricades and stuff, because one of the early versions is you could stop the AI from getting to you by barricading yourself in a room by putting objects there. But the problem is when you do that, you can't go anywhere and the AI can't go anywhere, so they just kind of stand there. So I need to actually code that so that they react to it, and that eventually when they get annoyed or whatever at it, they just start kicking at the barricades to overturn them. Do you have a set PC requirement for your game? No, I don't. Interesting thing is, I'm actually thinking of having an optional VR mode for it as well, because that would be super cool. just playing like cat and mouse in VR. I do want it to be able to run on as much as possible though. So trying to get it to run on like old systems is going to be really cool. The thing is, you can pick up anything in the game. So like, provided you can move it with your hands like you would in real life, like you wouldn't be able to pick up a massive garbage dumpster in real life, so you can't pick up stuff like that, but you can pick up like little cups and chairs and things like that, and they'll react differently. And the idea is that you can then use that as like distractions or barricades to block off certain areas. And the idea is that you then can move around and try and avoid these people that will be coming in. But the other catch is like, what do you pick to use? Because there are random scenarios that can happen when you pick up different things. So it's like no one playthrough is the same because it's always changing based on what you're interacting with. It's a lot of like different coding for different scenarios, but I really enjoyed working on it. I just need to get back into it. But yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool just like seeing players like go through an area and it be dark, and then next moment they turn on the light and then they're like, oh, it's okay, I've been through here. And then next moment it goes dark again and they're like, wait a minute. No. Oh, dude, I just realized that some of this trim is going to overlap. Oh, no. Some of the trim is overlapping with some of the stuff that I'd already modeled. Oh. I'm going to have to move certain bits of this again. Oh. Not cool. At least it's not too much. It was like Alien Isolation, but without weapons, right? Yes, there are no weapons, because you're British. The idea is, because you're British, British people are not allowed to use weapons for self-defense. So yeah, the idea is you're just in this place and just have to survive. Ooh. Okay, this is all good here for the moment. I just need to fix some of the moss and then we're good. Not even like a cane or a little knife on the end. No, the way that British law works is you are not allowed to use deadly force or anything that would injure somebody attacking you. You literally have to just deal with it. If it took place in America, I would give players a gun, but because it doesn't, you can't literally have anything. It's going off British law, which states that you cannot harm anybody. You can't harm anybody unreasonably. So like, for instance, if somebody punches you in the face, you can't take a knife to them or whatever. You're not allowed to defend yourself using violent means, because otherwise you can actually be done for that. So it's pretty nuts. It kind of shows you a big difference between the countries. It's pretty nuts. The easiest way to describe it is you can only use deadly force if somebody is literally attacking you with like a knife or something. And even then, it has to be certain scenarios, you know, like you have to not be found to be wanting to hurt that person straight out the gate. So you can't go into a fight and immediately be like, okay, I'm going to knife somebody. It has to be a case of you had the only other option was to resolve that with a knife, because otherwise you would have lost your life, and even then you can potentially get done for it. It's pretty nuts. You curse the enemy and be on your way, the British experience. Yeah, the British experience is pretty nuts for dealing with people. It's essentially get lost or you know, just try and deal with stuff if you can. Admittedly, it's so stupid. Everyone in England hates the fact that the law is like this and it needs to be changed. But it's a little bit too political for that kind of thing in here. like I said, the easiest way of describing it is British people are not allowed to defend themselves against attackers properly. It's got to the point where if somebody actually attacks you in your own home, somebody has been done by the police because they had the audacity to have stuff in their own home that a person breaking in could fall over. I think it was baby toys, and they actually got sued, and the person that was breaking in won because they injured themselves while breaking into somebody's house because they tripped over baby toys. No joke. That's not an exaggeration. That's literally what everything's like over here at the moment. And has been for quite a while. It's so stupid. Yeah, it is nuts. It is really nuts. It's the most... That's dumb. Didn't you almost set on fire at one point? Yes, I did. I got set on fire by somebody inside a shop because they thought it was funny to set me on fire, and then they ran off and nothing was done about it. This is when I was a teenager as well. It was pretty nuts. Basically, somebody dumped a cigarette in my clothing without me noticing, trying to set me on fire. I ended up having a fire in the back of my hood, to which the person that was with me at the time was like, "Dude, you're on fire," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, pretty crazy. But yeah, I'll find an example real quick. UK sued by home intruder. Burglar has the right to sue. There we go. That was in 2003. There we go. Let's open that one. That was in 2018. Oh my god, I've got to look at that one. That one just sounds so funny. This is just an example of how crazy it is. Oh wait, what? No, that's weird. There we go. This 2022, that's a recent one. Let's check out that one. I accept. So here we go. This is a headline from 2022. Burglars who broke into family home sue dad who chased them off down the road. Two guys are suing an electrician after he sped after them in his Mercedes as they fled from his house armed with a crowbar and bolt cutters. An electrician who chased two burglars targeting his home was jailed for running them off the road while they escaped a prison sentence. Now the thugs are said to be suing him after he sped after them in his Mercedes as they fled armed with a crowbar and bolt cutters. They received a call reporting a devastating crash resulting in the burglars sustaining serious injuries, having been thrown off a stolen motorbike. The police body-worn footage is showing one of them asking the arresting officer, "Am I in trouble? I'm not going to prison for this, am I?" He was jailed in February for 22 months at a Crown Court for causing serious injury by dangerous driving. The people that entered his home were given suspended sentences and 200 hours community service at the same court for attempting burglary. They have a string of previous convictions, including possession of offensive weapons, theft, dangerous driving, criminal damage, shoplifting, and drug dealing. Adam, or the guy that was with his home, at his home with his wife and their two children, the wife said that the thugs are suing the husband and insurers for $1 million because of the injuries they sustained, including a fractured skull, bleeding on the brain, and multiple broken bones. Controversial case features two wrongs in the latest episode. Blah, blah, blah. That's just trying to make a TV series out of all of it. The husband, who had no convictions before this incident, said that before he was jailed, that night is like a recurring nightmare and still hasn't ended. I consider myself the victim. I've been feeling like I've been treated like a criminal, and it's not me. I feel bad these guys got hurt, but I don't believe it was my fault. I did not cause it. Community, family, friends, and colleagues have all been sympathetic to him. They said they probably would have done the same thing. If someone's a criminal and they keep repeating the crime, whatever they're doing, whether it be theft or hurting people, they should get punished for it. I do think the system's quite soft and there's no deterrent. They just keep on reoffending. There's nothing you can do. Yep. The husband was sent to jail. I had to sit my children down and tell them that he stood up to some burglars. This is the wife talking. She said she had to explain it to the kids that he stood up to some burglars, and because there was a car crash, he got in trouble and had to go to prison. They think it's highly unfair, but I had to teach them about making the right decisions. The wife said she was forced to have an abortion because she could not afford to have a baby without the husband's income while he was in jail. Oh no, that's not good. She said, it took everything, including our child, and the burglars will get a payout. I think they do it because they can. They maybe don't want to go to work. They just want to steal their way through life. If the husband hadn't gone out, I believe nothing would have happened, and they wouldn't have been caught. A film shows an onlooker at the scene telling the crash officer, I've been broken into 7 times in a year. You reap what you sow. I feel sorry for the guy whose house was being broken into. Yeah, that's messed up. That is messed up. This is doom scrolling. No. Yeah, it's not. It just tells you an idea of how bad it is, you know. Anyway, we'll obviously come off that now, but yeah, that's how crazy it is in the UK. Which is why the game has the whole thing of just being like, wait, what? You can't defend yourself? Which is why the only thing you can do is run away. Which, obviously, the American audience is going to be like, dude, what the hell? It's just like, well, that's all you can do, you know. Ooh. Let's go there for this. I'm putting all these bits of moss hanging over the walls and everything now. Doo-doo. But yeah, that's just how crazy it is in the UK. Fun times. I'm sure this is a game you're making is not an expression of your inner self. Dude, if it was an expression of my inner self, I'd be turning around and being like, yeah, you can beat up everybody. You know, it's okay. It's more the whole thing of I just wanted to do like a game where you could kind of understand what it's like to be in that situation and essentially have it be almost like Five Nights at Freddy's, but you can't do anything. Literally nothing. Yeah. Exram says, I'm messing. I'm sorry. I couldn't pick that up through text. But yeah, it's that whole thing. It's like, what do you do in that situation? All you can do is run, you know? Dude, we've been at this for almost 5 hours. Oh my god. I just realized then. Can we get that? Can I just... 5 hours of placing moss and lights and vines. It honestly sounds quite intriguing, your game. Yeah, I hope it's good, you know, because like the test level that I did for it was pretty fun. It was interesting having the whole thing about having to essentially play a deadly game of cat and mouse. And the fun thing for me is that it's like I'm there in the test level, and the test level literally was pretty bright. It wasn't too dark. And even so, just having like the right music really changed up the experience because you kind of go from, oh yeah, I'm making a video game to, holy crap, where's the enemies? Especially because the way that the enemies work is they appear randomly and they can appear anywhere at any time. So you're always on edge and you never know where they're going to be. And they don't have any defining features, like they don't have any flashlights or anything, because obviously they want to stay as hidden as possible. So it's like you're essentially running around and trying to do these things to get the power back on or to, you know, get to these objectives. And you never know which corner they're going to be around or where they are. So every move you make is literally a case of like, holy crap, am I going to get caught or what? You know, it's really nuts. Like just having that feeling in the test level was actually pretty cool because I was just like, okay, this is pretty much what I was after, you know. That whole experience of just, oh, okay, is it going to be this corner that they're going to be around or what, you know? If you ever need a beta tester, you know it's 5 says exam. Oh, indeed. My idea is like, I'm probably going to ask for testers from the community anyway when I get it to that crucial point. It's just a case of working out the other bits. And also I was actually still trying to figure out the environment because obviously I was originally creating it based on the environment that I worked in. But because of details about that I mentioned previously where it's like you can't just take those environments because it's against public safety to do that. You can't just copy something without the permission of the owner of the land or the building in that case. And what I'm going to have to do is essentially change some parts of it, and that's what I was struggling with. Because obviously, like with this project, you've seen sometimes I have trouble coming up with certain ideas, or sometimes I get set in certain things that I think about when I'm like, yeah, I don't want to change from this because I think it's a good idea. So I was having problems changing from the original idea of like, oh yeah, this is going to be exactly like this. So it's a case of being like, okay, I can't do all of this exactly how I want, like these buildings. I'm going to have to come up with my own designs and then model them. So that's what I'm up to at the moment. It's going to be interesting though, doing that and getting that done. Do what Zelda does, mirror it. But yeah, I can't wait until I can get back to that project because my idea is do this animation, get it all done, and then I can get back to that game. Because that game's going to be fun to put out. The thing is though, it's like I get kind of scared about the idea of putting it out because I've seen so many reviews on Steam of like indie games where they're so negative and it's just like, dude, what is everybody's problems with indies, you know? It's like it's almost like people treat indies like AAA developers and it's just like that's not right. That's totally not what you should do, you know? So that's the only thing that has me scared at the moment is just people turning around and just essentially just eating you alive for something that you just wanted to make for people to have fun with, you know. The only other thing you could really do to solve that is just release it for free. But even then, if it's free and on Steam, people are still going to be like, yeah, I've got a problem with it, you know. No, Your Honor, the game location is not a one-to-one of the building. If you look closely, everything is inverted. So yeah, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the textures for this trim. And then the trim will go all the way around. Then I need to model around all of the room that's going to have the water in it. And the reason for that is the material. And then once that's done, then I can put the candy in, I'll put the moss in, and put the lighting in, and that's all done. And then this entire section will be done. I'm just going to quickly ask Frisk's voice actress if she's okay. There we go. Dude, at least I'll be done with this section of the ruins, and it'll only have taken like 2 days. Which is understandable for such a big area. No, 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 right. So I need grey trim, there it is. Do it in a completely different texture, and then we just have a look for how this will be. Dude, it's already applied pretty well there because the texture was on it previously. All I really need to do there is change the top bit, which is going to be super easy. Easier than retexturing absolutely everything. There we go. Okay, I can do that. So what you're not seeing here is just the lengths that I have to go to texture this. Like for instance, I'm selecting all the top faces. I now have to make sure that all the textures are not stretched on the top faces and that they all look correct, which means going into the texture editor, which hopefully won't give away anything. Oh, it kind of gave away a little bit there, but it's fine. Oh no, wait, you're in a different window, right? Hang on. I gotta wait and make sure that you're in a different window. This is where you are, come on. Please tell me you're in the other window. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up here because the stream's behind a little bit, slightly delayed. Okay, I think you're in a different one. Yeah, you're in that one. That's fine. Oh my god, give me a heart attack when I'm like, oh, I've spoiled everything. And it's like, no, no, dude, you haven't. You haven't. You're good. Hit save. Hit save. Control S like every 2 seconds. Okay, so how to do this? I wish I could just control and grab everything, but I really can't. That's a problem, so I'm just gonna have to potentially do this one bit at a time, which will take a little while, but it will be worth it. And by that I mean literally selecting different parts of this and texturing them individually. So what we do is we go like this. There we go. Unwrap, project from view. And what that does is that tells the texture, when I'm looking at you, you should look like this from above in this shape. Don't mess up. So then you can put that on the texture area. Again, you're not seeing this, but it's good. And then we just stretch this across to make sure it looks right. And then we can grab this. There's another one. Go up. UV, project from view. Rotate this around 90 degrees. I'm so tempted with this update to, instead of actually doing the update, just drop the ruins as like, just go ahead and animate the entire ruins and just be like, look, there we go, there's your update. And the update will literally be the entire animation of the ruins. That would be nuts, you know? Everyone's expecting one thing and I'm just like, so anyway, surprise! Am I those monsters from your game? Says Sammy. I love darkness. Whenever my siblings forget to turn the bathroom or lights off, I peek out my door and it wakes me, so I'm always turning it off. No, some people don't like light. Some people do like light. Really, it's all down to personal preference. I just figured I'd not seen a game that had used that kind of game mechanic, you know, where you're constantly wondering about whether the lights are turned on or not and how much of the game is influenced by lighting. So I was like, it'd be pretty cool to do something like that, you know? It's like watching your friend input a credit card code and hiding the hand. Oh my god. Yeah. It's like, don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's mine. Okay, that's not too bad in that corner. Right. I just unwrap that, and then we'll just Go here. Oh. I know this looks boring on your end, but trust me when I say, like, when we eventually do show this off, it's, I say we, but it's me. It's because I reference myself and my two personalities as we. But when I eventually show this off, it's going to be worth it. Let's do that, and then we just go... Where's the... Oh, I see, that's flipped. I mirror that way. There we go. I can't stand the light unless something is glow in the dark. I really don't pay attention to my screen. My eyes are focusing on chat and my heart's a Sammy. It's all good. It's all good. I'm literally like having to go around and do this individually, like one bit at a time here, but it's all good. Rotate this on a 90. At least the music's nice and soothing here, you know. Okay, that's good. That's good up until the... I literally have to detail every corner and make sure it's all correct and looking good. And it's just like, oh, it takes forever. It does take forever, but I mean, it's worth it. It's worth it if it looks good and everybody likes it. You know, it's worth the pain and the annoying thing of having to sit here for hours on end. But like, even if I don't get all of... Well, if I don't get the voice acting done tonight, I can at least get everybody's overall perspective of what they think the waterfall will be like. Ooh. Exram, here's one for you while you're here, because I figure having an extra set of eyes will be good. Can you do me a favor, because I want your input on something? It's a pretty easy favor to do, to be honest. What I need you to do is search up Undertale waterfall on Google, right? And what you should get is images of the waterfall area from Undertale. Pretty self-explanatory, right? But what I'm asking people is what they think waterfall looks like in 3D, because you get a different impression of it. It's weird. The best way to describe it is it looks like a abandoned mine shaft that's got like lakes of water in it here and there, and there's some marshlands in it, according to the characters. I'm just trying to think of whether I'm correct in my assumption of like we do different caves that are connected by like mine tunnels, or what you might have to do is actually search up waterfall map or Undertale waterfall map, because it'll show you the entire thing. Just have a quick look at the details, but you'll start seeing what I mean. Like some of the tunnels or entrances look like they have wooden wooden beams over them. You know, like a mine shaft would. And other bits just look like caves. So it's like if it's just a bunch of caves connected by mine shaft sort of looking areas, then that's not too bad. I'm just like collecting everybody's opinion just to see whether everybody's of the same sort of idea of like, yeah, dude, you should do this, you know. Googling as we speak, no problem. It's just because if I can hit the general sort of opinion of what people think it should be, then I'm pretty safe, you know, in terms of like 3D, like doing it in 3D, people will be like, oh, okay, this is kind of what I expected. Trying to hit expectations is a little bit unrealistic, but I like trying to do it at least. You know. Oh, dude, this area is not too bad for UVing. I can just grab that. There we go. And then we just go like that. Okay, that's good. It does actually look like you said, it's an interconnected underground system. Yeah, it's like, when you look over the entire map, it's like, Waterfall seems to be a bunch of like different caves that are linked to each other via like either small, like smaller sort of hallways. And there are certain areas that look like mineshaft entrances where they have like the wooden support beams over the top. So I'm like, if that's the case, I can just kind of theme it round about that, where it's just like individual caverns, like a bunch of water in them and stuff, and have those elements of like a mine in there. Because it almost looks like the monsters have just dug out the walls. Because the way that the history of monsters works is, it says they start off in home, which is at the beginning where all the monsters fall down, or every frisk falls down. It says they start off there, and they slowly work their way to New Home through the cabins and everything, and braving the wintry weather that's in Snowdin. And as they slowly get further in, that's where they get to Hotland, and they go up to the surface, and that's where they make their new home, which is New Home. Asgard names it. Oh, excuse me. Laughter and then choked on my own spit. But the idea is they've slowly kind of like dug through the rocks in the mountain, and then they've slowly made their new capital that's a little bit higher up in the mountain. But they've had to go through and dig all this out and stuff, so. Jump says, you know what this reminds me of? Kingdom Hearts 1 Agrabah inside the Caves of Wonders. Ooh, let me have a look, 'cause it's been a while since I played Kingdom Hearts 1, or rather since I've watched Jen play it. Try Kingdom Hearts 1 Agrabah. And if I just like crowd mode 5 years ago by Mudrow, let's turn the audio off, go to the Cave of Wonders. There's the tiger head boss. Can we go like the inside of it? Oh, dude. Dude, that looks nice. Could I set up like the PlayStation and just spend like 1,000,000 hours into here? Oh, now we're in the... They've skipped forward in the video a little bit to the treasury rooms. I'd love it if they just stayed a little bit more in the water areas, but... There's the magic carpet ride that has a little bit of it in. Let's click that. Oh, dude, the magic carpet ride looks really, really a lot like I imagined. And then just the odd, like, mineshaft looking area in there, and then we can throw, like, the marshes in and stuff. I have to do researches into, like, where marshlands appear and how they appear so I can make it natural. Oh, dude, this is giving me massive Undertale vibes because of the way that it is. Oh my god, that's nuts. Like, even the fire bits. Let's try and see if anybody's got... Kingdom Hearts 1.5 remakes. Let's see if anybody stays around there a little bit longer so I can... So yeah, I'll check chat in a moment as well. Ooh. Oh yeah, that is really good. I'm just looking there, and Sora's in this room now. It's like a waterfall. There's a bunch of platforms. He's hopping around them and getting the items. Silent chamber. Okay, so they're swimming up a waterfall to get into the next area. Oh, dude, this is so good for reference. And before I'm like, Jen, we need to go and play this. We need to play it again so I can get up to this bit. Good reference, actually. It's gonna be cool trying to figure out all the places to put waterfalls. Let's check the chat. Right, interconnected water areas have like a similar foundation. Indeed. I see it as majestic cave with endless bridges and rivers and pools. Ooh. Yeah, everybody has a difference of opinion, you know, when it comes to everything in terms of the way that it looks. It's always cool seeing different artists' interpretations of stuff. Ooh. Can I just rotate this 90 here? But yeah, when I was looking at that, then I was like, oh, okay, that's nuts. Oh crap. That wall has more bits to it that unwrap. Can we project from view there? Project from view. Rotate. 90. Move that. Oh, come on. What I find funny at the moment is a lot of people turning around and thinking this is a game project, and I'm like, no, it's not a game project. If it was a game project, it'd require a lot more coding and everything, you know, and just a lot more work. It'd be cool if it was, though. I know somebody else is already trying to make Undertale in 3D, or rather, they did a demo of it on, like, Unreal. And before somebody takes all of these map files, when I eventually decide on whether I want to release them or not, and just makes the game out of them. Like, here, just take this. Take all the character models you can find online, take the coding, and just do it all in 3D. And then they ask me to animate it all. Like, dude, no. The amount of work. It's funny because I even joked about that at one point and said, you watch, somebody will either ask me to do the game, like the full game in full 3D, or somebody will just turn around and be like, so anyway, can I have the files and we can just do it all? And I'm just like, oh god. Ooh. Undertale in 3D, or you use your 3D filter and wear special glasses. The thing is, and it would be cool to have it in VR, that would be nuts to not only have the levels in VR, but the entire thing be like a playable game in VR where you walk around as Frisk. That would be pretty nuts, being it like first person and seeing everybody, because that would give you a really personal connection to all of the characters. You know, there's an immersive experience, and then there's Papyrus literally coming up to your face and being like, human, would you like spaghetti? It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know? I would love spaghetti, says Sammy. It's gonna be funny doing the dating bit in Snowden with Papyrus. Oh boy. Bless him. Bless him in his pasta loving heart. But he doesn't have, because he's a skeleton. He's made of bones. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Does VR chat have sections of Undertale in 3D already? Yes, but not at the same level of detail, and some of them are more fantasy style than others, and where they take liberties, you know, like artistic liberties to make things look a lot bigger or a lot grander or magical. Honestly, that would be so cool if you could have, like, if you could have it in 3D. That would be absolutely nuts. Just take the original like script and everything, but I would not allow... The thing is, if I was doing it, I wouldn't allow anyone to do a genocide run. That's just me. I'm too nice. I couldn't... If I made it, I would not allow people to do the genocide run, or I wouldn't code it. You know, I'd just be like, look, if somebody wants the genocide run in, you're gonna have to code it yourself, because I am not doing that. I'll open source the code for you so you can use it, but Oh, I see. Some artistic liberty, says Egram. Yeah, yeah. All this just for this one room. Oh, almost there. Like that moment, like somebody's gonna be really nasty if they turn around and be like, so anyway, you can be Paris's friend in first person, so can we kill him? It's like, dude, are you really going to want to murder somebody in first person like that? Like, geez. The interesting thing I've been doing recently, and I mentioned it in one of the other streams I think it was potentially coming up with new uses for the menu, you know, the 3D menu that I did. I was half tempted, like I was coming up with the logic behind it, and I'm like, you could technically do fourth wall breaks with the menu, because everybody has, and this is just a general thought, or me thinking out loud. The general idea is that when everybody portrays Frisk, they always show Frisk with the menu buttons, or other characters with the menu buttons, like attack, mercy, item, or whatever, right? The thing is, even though technically they're in universe or in some of the storylines, like for instance the whole deal with Glitchtail, not Glitchtail, sorry, with Underverse, the whole X event thing about having the buttons to reset and overwrite, even though that makes sense in the context of that universe, or that AU, it's the whole thing of like, technically the only person that should have access to the buttons is the player, when you think about it, because it's the player that interacts with the buttons, not Frisk. So it's like, it'd be pretty nuts to have them used in different ways by the player. Like, I was thinking it'd be funny to have it be fourth wall breaking by having the player use them as shields to deflect Undyne's spears. They're just grabbing them and be like, ah! That'd be pretty nuts, though. Oop. In before I start getting people also saying, like, dude, seriously, like, game theory level of conversation here at the moment, because we had that laugh at the event where everyone was like, dude, Matt Pie ain't got anything on you. Because I've been coming up with so many different ideas and things. I remember that to Sammy. It was so funny. Everybody just being like, dude, seriously? Game theory or what? And I'm just like, it's just a theory, a game theory. The funny thing is, I went into VR chat. I was drinking coffee the other night in VR chat in the cafe, and we were having that discussion again, and everyone was saying the same thing. I'm just being like, dude, so many conversations where you're literally just like, Matt Pat might as well go on another level because of the stuff that you come up with. And I was like, ah. Almost done with the unwrapping of the trim. You said it again. Wait, what did I say again? I'm losing track of things here. I'm just like, wait, what? I'm confused now. I have to confuse Dave easily. A theory. Oh, it's just a theory. A game theory. It's like I said at the event, and to everybody, I don't hate Matt Pat. It's just some of the ways he's conducted himself in the past is just amusing to me, you know. Oh. Ooh. Oh, we're so close. MatPat thumbnail title: Why Immersiontale animation changes the future of Undertale. Oh, I could do one better, Eggs Ram. Why Immersiontale recontextualizes the player and character dynamic in Undertale. And then it has the soy jack face with a red circle pointing around Frisk. We joke about that stuff all the time in the Undernet. It's like when I joked about it, I said, what was it, 50 videos connecting Five Nights at Freddy's to Undertale's universes, how it's plausible, and how Toby Fox is secretly Scott Cotham. Or how Scott Cotham is secretly Sans. Oh, hang on. Something's happening here. Just give me a moment. Do-do-do. We good? We back, everyone? Oh my god, my mic is on like low battery as well. Welcome back. So yeah, the baby's not feeling well, so I may end up eventually cutting off the stream early, depending on whether we want to take it to the hospital or not. It's just kind of up in the air at this point. Still, we're just kind of like, we'll wait and see. We won't wait too much longer though, so it's gonna be a case of like, see what happens within the next like hour or so. So it's entirely possible that I'll cut the stream short and just be like, yeah, okay. So hopefully, if I speed up a little bit, I can get everything done. Is she okay, poor baby? So she has trapped gas. She's had diarrhea yesterday, and she's had a cold for what seems like 2 to 3 months now. She sounds very nasally or congested is the best way of saying it, because babies breathe through the nose primarily for ages until they learn to breathe through the mouth properly and kind of mix it up. But she's sounding very congested and nasally at this point in time. Like if you've had a cold and you try and breathe through your nose and you kind of sound like it's almost like there's a piece of paper or something in the way when you're trying to breathe. It's kind of that sound. I'm not happy with it at the moment. I'm just like, yeah, if I need to, I'll literally just call everything off and just run Jen to the hospital now, because we've actually got somebody coming and checking on the house tomorrow for something important as well, because the boiler is acting up a little bit. So somebody needs to be here tomorrow as well, so I might actually have to drop Jen at the hospital on her own with the baby, and then deal with that, and then go pick them up from the hospital, or depending on how long they're in the hospital, I could pick them up early in the morning. It's kind of crazy at the moment. Either way, it's just a case of making sure that everything's fine and stuff like that, you know. Does your daughter have low blood cells? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. Trying to remember. Just give me a sec, because I'm going to go ask Jen what the deal was, because there's something that I can't remember when she was born. Jen? Everybody's asking in chat, so I'm just mentioning stuff now. I'm mentioning that stream might be cancelled, you know, depending on what happens soon. Exram just asked, does she have low blood cells? But I can't remember. It wasn't low blood cells. What was it when she was born?
No, she has had at one point. So when she was born, it was low blood sugar. At one point, they did take a blood count and said it was a bit low, but then took it again and said, no, it's gone back up again. That was one of the last times we went. She's been on antibiotics before. So every time I've mentioned the cough, even one of the nurses even mentioned at one point she had a dry cough. They were like, oh no, baby's cough. And it's just been getting worse, and it's just like, yeah, can someone please pay attention to me? My baby is ill.
Yeah. Cheers for that. It's just so I can confirm stuff. I'll go check chat now, because it's the only way that I can check is by going back upstairs. See you in a little bit. Oh. Late nights with the baby. So yeah, hope you heard that, Exram. Low blood sugar. I was asking because what you described sounded like a cousin of mine that had low count of white blood cells. I did. I'm just checking how clear it was, because I'm not so sure about this mic. You know, because it's a kind of a new one. I'm still trying to figure out how sensitive it is. Yeah, like nobody's paid attention to this cough thing since we've been asking about it, so fun times. Like I said, I'm half tempted to just drive him down the hospital in like a little bit and just be like, right, we're getting this sorted. Oh. Good job I can drive. Right, so that's that. Oh, dude, that looks real good. Now I need... Have you gone for a second opinion? Not yet. This might actually be a second opinion, you know, if we take her in. That's why I'm just kind of like, do I wait any longer? Or do we just take it now? You know, because I'm half tempted to just be like, right, my mic's going anyway, I'll just take it now. You know. Let's go the... Have you taken it to the same doctor since birth? No, she's been getting different ones because of the way that it works. We can't always get the same one. It's unfortunate. The way that things work in the UK, you can never seemingly get the same doctor, like, twice. It's so hard. Because you're always getting difference of opinions from different doctors or different people, which is why we've had so much conflicting information so far. So yeah, like I said, I'm half tempted to turn around just now and be like, right, let's do this, let's go. You know. Try and get this caustic room done. Okay. Why is there still an edge there? There shouldn't be. Which room is this? This is the... Well, I'm doing the water effects for the candy room now. If you need to tell me to tell you to go, then I'll do it next time. No, it's not that. I'm literally just like waiting to see what Jen's saying downstairs, you know, with how the baby goes at the moment. It's more than likely that I'll end up turning around and be like, right, we're going. No. See what Jen says first, and then we'll go from there. Ooh. It's past midnight where you are, right? Yeah, it's 1:24 in the morning. I've not heard back from Frisk's voice actress yet, and yeah, it's 1:20 in the morning. We'd still get seen to by the children's ward. That's a big time gap society. Yeah, and it's between the UK and America. What I'm essentially doing here is modeling the inside of this room over again. That's what I need to do to make sure the effect works well. Exam says it's 8:25 here. Ah. Right. That moment when I'm modeling an entire room again. Is that? Yeah, that goes there. Oh. Oh. That is bridge there. And then we just take that back that way as much as we can. Can we go back to about there? And then we go across here. Wait, what? How does that even... Oh, I see. Those need to be moved down slightly. Okay. Okay. Merge vertices there at the last one. Wait, what? Let's just merge everything there. Merge by center. Ah, screw it. It's just messing up. It's whatever. I'll just get it working as best as I can here. Right, let's do up to there. I'm like trying to fill out this wall just to make sure everything's right. Okay. I've got to model each bit of this over again and make sure it's all right, so when the shader goes on it, it looks perfect. That's fancy sound music. It sounds so different. It's the credits. It's the credits for when you complete the story mission, well, the story for the first time. brings back very happy memories. But yeah, every time you subsequently complete the story, you get this song and set of music played. Dude, I'm half tempted to just copy the room again. Hang on. Because this is not working the way that I wanted it to. It's like, it's easier if I just copy the entire mesh again. Copy the mesh, get rid of that. Which is your first game? Mine was 0. Oh, nice. Mine was Phantasy Star Online, the original, on the Dreamcast. Specifically version 2, which is the updated version that has more weapons and items and levels in. I played 0 though. 0 was really fun. Let's get rid of the floor here, because I don't need the floor. Okay. Get rid of that. Keep that edge. And then we should, from this, only have to do a little bit of modeling. So if I just get rid of all of that. The Dreamcast, so late 90s. Wow, man. Dreamcast was great. I absolutely love it. It is one of my favorite things ever. Again, with me being a big Sega fanboy, that's also me being really biased, but it's all good. Caustics, main water room caustics. Okay, now all I need to do for this room is just place that down again. Oh, I see, the roof was, yep, the roof wasn't. But yeah, I should do like a stream where I just talk about like the Dreamcast and Phantasy Star and stuff back in the old days, because it's so good. So damn good. Right, what I'm doing here is I'm dropping the caustics room back in, or at least I hope I am. Candy room caustics. And the whole idea is that I can just like place that slightly above everything else, and we should be good. What I can even do is potentially solidify everything just to make sure. Every person I met that owned a Dreamcast says the same thing, that it was an amazing console. It's because it was, you know, you can't beat the Dreamcast. Oh my god, 10 frames per second because of me doing this effect. It's okay, it's totally fine, no big deal. Let's try just bringing that in there just a little bit. See if that works. Oh my god, the frames! But it looks so good. Oh my god. I'm not gonna spoil that for people. I'm always saying I should have been born near the 80s and 90s, man. That's where I belong to Sammy. do a bridge there, and we'll bridge here as well, just for the sake of. Just don't want this to be cut off too much. I do. Let's try not. Let's try. What was it? Shrink wrap. Shrink wrap on surface. There we go. And then I need to do above surface by. Let's try 0.3. I do that now. Oh, dude, that works. That just works. And then all I need to do is do the same with the trim around the outside. Right, I'll save that. Let's go say hi to Jen for a moment. I just realized my avatar has not been on the entire time here. Just give me a moment. Oh, I'm gonna go talk to the missus again. Leave the mic on. Jen, I literally know it's only been like 10 minutes. How are we doing? She okay? Let's have a look. It's gonna sound stupid, but she looks fine.
The whole thing about mommy was like, "Oh, let her sleep on me," and it's like, "No, I'm gonna fall asleep like this because I like the cuddles." I try putting her back in the cot in a moment because she seems to sort of settle a bit.
Let's listen to her breathing. See what chat says for that. Hang on.
It's a bit better than what it was. It keeps on going a bit more nasally, and then it clears up again like this. So it's a lot better than what it was. I think I'm having a sitting up, well, lying sitting up. If that makes sense. It helped a little.
Yeah. Bit nasally. I love the way I'm basically doing like ASMR there, like putting the microphone right up to her nostrils. I'll stay awake a little while longer, obviously, just in case I need to take you anywhere. Yeah. Hey, do you want me to put it back in the cot myself? Because of you having trouble because you're shattered, because normally you've been asleep for hours at this point. Of course I want to hold my daughter. Oh, pass her. Oh, okay.
Do it that way because then she can lie down.
Yeah, baby. I'm putting you down on stream. I love the way she's just absolutely flat out here. I guess I'll stay awake instead then and just keep a good eye on her. You try and get some sleep.
Yeah.
Again, she seems alright for the moment. Hey, Wiggly. Wiggly, wiggly.
Hopefully, having the setup will help clear out whatever was at the back of the nose. At least we know that the well, it's not a horrible thing that it's not blocking weight.
Yeah. Try and get whatever sleep you can. I'll do what I normally do and just stay awake as much as possible and keep checking up on both of you. So if I need to, what I can always do is just tank the entire night. That's no big deal.
If everything seems fine, you get sleep as well though. If she's got better. If it's,
if she's got better, I'll get sleep, yeah. If she's not got better, I'll bung her in the car and we can take her to the hospital.
the emergency bag ready. Just need one of them bottles putting in with us.
Yeah.
My bag's ready.
Right. Take care. I'll try and keep it down, obviously. Yeah. See you in a bit. Hello. Baby has joined the stream. Yes, at the moment, she seems okay. I'll give it like another hour or so. See if she's alright. See if anything happens, and then if not, hospital. So it's still kind of like, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Baby has joined the stream. Can you guys hear her? Can you guys hear, when I put the microphone up to her nose, could you hear her breathing? Because again, I don't know how sensitive the mic is, so... Jen. Oh, hey, Lucky. Is everything alright with the baby? I mean... It's one of those things where it's kind of up in the air at the moment, as to whether everything is okay or not. We're just kind of feeling everything out. If I had headphones, maybe, I don't know, says Sammy. Yeah, we just kind of playing it at the moment, like seeing how things go, and then go from there. Let's do that one, and that one is, where's the trim? Base geometry, caustics, trim, handy room. Oh, don't believe this effect uses so much frame rate, but then again it is just because it's calculating a ton of points on the geometry, so it kind of makes sense. Also, my mic is like dying here. Okay, so that would put that there. We do shrink wrap to the trim on the same area at the nearest point. Oh, crap. And then we do above surface by, oh crap, not animated, by about maybe 2 or 3. Or even 1, right? And then what that does, that makes everything look super badass. And then I just have to delete the rest of the model. Let's shrink wrap that first. Apply that. Get rid of everything up to there. Get rid of everything else. So close to having this all done in one night. You have more than one mic or something? Yeah, I have an old one downstairs that's like a Blue Yeti snowballer I used to use. Which is a different mic. And then I got this new one. Somebody was nice enough to buy me this new mic that is like super expensive. But I can take it anywhere. Snowball's the only thing I've seen twice, says Sammy. Yeah, snowballs are good. Does that mean I have to hide the caustics if I want to? Candy room caustics, if I join both of them together, right? We do shrink wrap, apply. And then I hit join on them. Caustics, candy room. If I hide them, do I get better frame rate? No, I'm still getting 9 frames per second. Is that because everything else is being... If I literally turn off the caustics completely... Still getting 7 frames per second. Why is that? Interesting. I'm wondering why that is now. Because I've got everything hidden to the renderer, but it's still turning around and being like, oh yeah, so anyway, 9 frames per second, 9 FPS on this. It shouldn't be 9 FPS. Unless it's because of all the lights, and then I would need to go ahead and optimize the lighting. Let's see if it's that. Hang on. Google.com. Oh crap. Let's see. Let's try Blender FPS affected by lights. Yeah, it is. It's literally a case of there's too many lights in the area because of all the, yeah. Dude, that makes sense, because how many lights have I got in here for mushrooms? Oh my god, there's like 40... 41 and then ambient lights as well. Yeah, some of that's gonna have to go. Might have to fake some of that. That's why it's doing it, because if I get rid of... If I get rid of all the lighting for, say, like, the mushrooms, I just go to, like... Let's see... That's all mushroom glow. That's all mushroom glow. So if I get rid of... I'm just gonna see if I can optimize this for a moment. Well, let's try this. If I get rid of everything but the ambient lighting, what happens? Delete hierarchy, delete hierarchy, delete hierarchy. No, I still get 7 frames per second. What about ambient lighting? Get rid of that too. So it's not the lighting then. It's gotta be the other one. If I go File, Open. If I get rid of the caustics, if I get rid of all of the caustics, is it that? No. If I get rid of the water plane, is it that? No. What's making this lag then? That makes no sense. I can't quite figure it out. Let's try 30 FPS. What is going on there? Is it because I have so many materials ticking over time? But even then it shouldn't... Hang on. File, Runes Remade. At the moment I'm reading tech support on my own stuff here. Right, so if I get rid of water material here, I just go to water, make that renderable for a moment, right? And I get rid of the water surface material. Still 8 frames per second. If I get rid of the water itself, that's weird. That is so weird. What else is ticking over time in here? It's just the caustics and the water it should be, so nothing else should affect this. If I delete all of the lighting there, still getting 6 frames per second. That makes literally no sense, because I'm not doing any other tricks. And it's not as if everything is super detailed either. It's... hell? Delete the atmospheric fog. Still 9 frames per second. Delete the other 2 lights. Too much water, 7 out of 10 again. Dude, I don't know why it's doing this. I had this trouble the last time with the ruins, but this was when it was a large map instead. Now it's just like, so anyway, you're getting 7 frames per second in the ruins. Have fun with that. But I get, when I'm not trying to animate it, like not animated, it's working fine. But when I try and animate it, it's just not happening. What the hell is going on? Let's try, I've deleted everything that could be a problem or should be a problem. The only thing I can think of is it's the materials. So if I go into like shading editor, and I go to, what is it, caustics? Let's just go to, what is it? Collection of small vines. Nope, it should be. This literally makes no sense. I'm like running tech support, trying to figure this out, and it's like, nope, nope, nope. Caustics. We've got 3 versions of caustics here. Let's try and get rid of them. So let's delete. What the hell was that? Hang on. One thing after another tonight. Jesus Christ. Sounds like somebody's trying to break in. You hear that then? Sounded like somebody trying to break in. Maybe like trying doors or something. Did it sound like it was in here to you? Alright. Go check round the back. Try and run tech support at the same time as everything's going to hell and back. That's fine. Everything in there is fine. Oh, now the baby. Okay. Going back up. We are going to get literally no sleep today. No burglar, please. I know, right? It's not one thing, it's another this stream. We seem to be good, it's just noisy. Let's see. It's just whenever you hear, like... Whenever you hear anything around here, gotta be really cautious. So it's just like, ugh. Right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of all of the caustics here. Get rid of the water surface. Sticks. At least I know this is super expensive, so it should be something that I do last. Right, that should be everything gone. Is where I end up having to model everything again, please no. That would kill me if I get to like this bit now and I have to redo everything. Why am I still getting 7 frames per second in scene? There's literally nothing in here now. Ah, Blender, low frame rate. Go to program settings, find Blender, max frame rate, set your monitor's refresh. What? How do I make Blender 60 FPS? Let's see. Things to improve. Go to preferences, enable VBOs. This should speed up the drawing of highly complex scenes. Okay, and preferences, system, VBOs, let's see. They're already enabled by default. By the look of it, I think. Enable only render under the display panel on 3D port. This will hide any extra. Disable double-sided object properties. I've not got any high polygon meshes. Turn off all modifiers. Don't have any of those. Use simplify in scene editor property to globally reduce complexity. Simplify. Where are we at here? Nope, still giving me 7 FPS. Max subdivisions, let's try 1. Nope, render max subdivision. That ain't working. I've not even got any particle effects in here or anything. Make sure you're viewing the scene in solid mode. It's typically faster than other. Of course it is, but I'm still getting 10 frames per second. Shadow value, volume resolution, child particles. Dude, I'm still getting low frames for no reason. There's literally no reason this should be happening. Closing my graph editor pane fixed the FPS for me, what? Blender's UI tries to prioritize its responsiveness. Could be OpenGL renderer. Blah, blah, blah. Preferences system, go to screencast, type in 24, whatever frame rate you're rendering at. File preferences, system. This is weird, this. This is so annoying as well. Googling. Yeah, I'm Googling because, like, I need to find the solution because otherwise I've literally just done all this for nothing. Best solution I applied is the decimate modifier. Make sure it's clover them. No. That was not what I wanted. Low FPS viewport. Why is the FPS suddenly low in 2021? Subdivision? No, I'm not running any subdivisions. Somebody rendering it like way too many frames there, or rather too high poly on this Google Doc, when instead everything that I've done is not that high poly. Like literally, I've made sure it's not that many polys, and yet there's no lighting, there's no special effects, it's low resolution, and yet it's seemingly just not having it. Volumetrics are low. Let's take off ambient, screen reflections, and everything else. All the cool effects, so it looks like complete crap. It's got no lighting and everything, and it's still rendering at like 2 frames per second. It literally makes no sense. I can even give everything like a literal really crappy texture. And it does streaming affect it? No, it doesn't. I could give it like the most crappiest texture ever, and for some strange reason it's... I'm gonna have to contact Bakers about this and see. Let's type this out. Hey Bakers, got a question. Done a relatively low poly scene, no massive subdivisions, no lighting, no crazy shaders, just deleted everything. Yet for some unknown reason, it runs at no more than 10 FPS. Help. X_X. I literally have no clue why this is doing this. It should not be this bad. It's a simple scene, for some strange reason, 9 FPS. I'll send over the blend file if I have to. Sure, I'll take a look at it. Right, let's find the blend file. There we go. Ruins map remade. Oh my god, max file size is 25 megabytes, it's 133. Time to upload it to Google Drive. Google Drive. Let's see here. Can I just like file upload? Where is that? Open file location, Blender files. Right. Ruins. Ruins remade map 2, open. seriously, man, this is all kinds of messed up. I did not expect to have this. Like, I've done everything right. I'm like, okay, I'm at the final hurdle. I just need a little bit more light in the scene. Oh my god, maybe I think I might know what it is. But to do that, I'm gonna need to turn the blender window off for a moment. Alright, have I got the image there? Hey, there we go. We'll slap that up for a moment and I'll crap. Can I just... There we go, I'm gonna go over here for a moment. Because if I'm thinking correctly here, is that with effects on? Nope. Yeah, I was thinking it might be... I have all the effects on and everything else. And it's running at 10 FPS because it's got two Blender windows open at the same time that are running the same thing. And instead, it's like, yeah, nah, it's still running at 10 FPS. Because it's like, this is strange. I'm like, I was thinking it might be the shaders because of how they're all using frame timers. But, IDK, I deleted them. Then it's just a small subdivision on a few surfaces. But IDK about that. Shouldn't be too complex. Gonna try getting rid of the main materials, see if that improves anything. I go to like the main thing here. Actually, if I just delete the level. Time to learn science. Let's just delete the main level. Nope. Even if I delete the main portion of the level and then delete the caustics and the like every bit of lighting, still getting 8 frames per second. If I delete the lighting and the entire level, I still get 10 FPS. What will the version you're sending me have? So I know what I'll be loading. Everything in terms of quality. And two, one water shader, 2 caustic shaders. Is that file uploaded? Yeah, it does. File share. I hate doing tech support, especially on stream. It's just annoying. That's it. Like, literally all I've got is the foliage. Like, if I even delete everything else other than the characters, delete all the scenery that I just placed, right? All the VFX. Oh wow, now literally delete everything and now it's giving me 60 FPS. It only gives me 60 FPS when I delete everything. Is it the amount of alpha map textures in? Oh. That's weird. Gotta do what you gotta do. Seriously, I don't know what's going on here. Do you have any missions that need to recalculate every time they need to animate? Only thing I have... No, I just have water and some caustic effects, which take work on frame tick, like the lava in Hotline. That moment with Bakers is like, so you got any sims going on or anything? And it's just like, no, I've not got anything. 6 hours of this, and it's just like, come on, dude. Why are you doing me dirty? Not Bakers, by the way, the level. Level be doing me dirty. Oh boy. This is just totally messed up. Tutorial has physics collision, what? Hang on. Oh. No, we're both kind of stumped here, just like, dude, what are we doing? And they're like, what's the problem? That moment where I made something that looks super nice, but it's running at so low frame rates, like there's no point. It's just like, dude, it's killing me. It's killing me right now. You said there's a lot of water. Have you tried putting it in rice and then turning it on and off? There's water, yeah, but it's like, oh, this is gonna be a pain when it comes to waterfall. The scene has 390 tries. I could make a throwaway scene with 5 million with better playback. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Makes no sense. Maybe I'll just try appending it into another scene. Will it work better? File, append, Blender files, ruins. I don't want to have just like redone this all that time just to have everything mess up. So let's just try atmospheric fog, bridges, characters. Don't wait to nap somewhere? No. Foliage, Frisk 01, Frogget room. I'm getting 20 FPS in this scene where I subdivided a cube to 10 levels that has 12 million tries. See, that's what I mean, like, it makes no sense. Mushrooms. Rich body constraints, no. Sign. Scenery, spider, spike pad. It makes literally no sense. And I don't want to have to redo all this all over again if I can help it. It should not run that bad. I love the way it's the only part that is running bad as well so far, because every other bit was running fine. Trying to get this working now. Stone pillar, tutorial, vines, wooden bridge, Wimtum, wooden bridge. Right, let's append all of that. I'm still getting 10 FPS when I append it. Appended it into another file with no lights or anything, and it's still giving me 10 FPS. This makes literally no sense. What the hell? It's so hard. Two Club Box official says, "Hi, I'm back." Hello. Do you know about Riggy the Monkey Rabbit? No. Question mark? I'm busy trying to run tech support at the moment. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just, because of me running tech support, I'll just end the stream there, and then I'll tell you guys whether I got any further with it next time. So, especially because there's everything else going on as well, and I need to charge the mic. So, I shall see you next time, and until then, bye!